Chapter 1770. Langus Sr. didn't believe it. After all, he was a veteran of fighting. He had been fighting for most of his life. Few people could see through his means, but Yang Ming actually saw through it. What does this mean? Either Yang Ming is super powerful, or he is bluffing me. Mr. Yang, what do you mean? Langus Sr. pretended to be ignorant and asked in confusion. What do I mean? Don't you understand? Yang Ming smiled slightly. Do you want me to take off his pants and show you? This. Langus Sr. listened to Yang Ming and became more suspicious that Yang Ming really saw through the problem. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't be so sure. Hurry up and do it quickly. Otherwise, I will do it myself. But if I do it, I can't guarantee that he will still be alive. Yang Ming glanced at Langus Sr. and said impatiently, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. Maybe my strength isn't enough. In that case, I'll add another kick. Langus Sr.'s eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. It seems that Yang Ming really has a way to determine that my kick didn't cause any substantial damage to Langus. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming did this, Langus Sr. didn't doubt that Yang Ming had a way with Yang Ming's previous means of killing people silently. No matter what such a mysterious person does, it's not surprising. Langus Sr. came to Langus Sr. helplessly. People are always like this. After seeing a glimmer of hope, they would hope for better. Langus Sr. and Langus Sr. were already very lucky to be able to survive under Yang Ming's hands. But after being able to survive, Langus Sr. thought that it would be better to pay as little as possible. This was the human heart. They never knew how to be satisfied. Son, bear with it. Langus Sr. was helpless, so he kicked again. This time, he didn't dare to show mercy. If Yang Ming found something wrong again, maybe Yang Ming wouldn't be so nice. Bang! This kick was much more powerful than the previous one. Langus screamed and fainted directly. After using his special ability to see that a certain part of Lang Ji's body was completely broken, Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Okay, take them away. Bring these corpses back too. Remember, don't provoke me or the people around me. Next time, it won't be so simple. Yes, Mr. Yang. You can rest assured that I will keep a low profile after going back. Langus Sr. was bullied, but he could only smile at Yang Ming. This was the difference in strength. Langus Sr. had no doubt that Yang Ming could still kill him instantly. No need to say these useless words. If I want to kill you, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I can still kill you in an instant. It has nothing to do with whether you keep a low profile or not. Yang Ming said contemptuously. What was awesome? This was awesome. Even Langus Sr. couldn't help but sigh after hearing Yang Ming's words. That's awesome. That's too awesome. If someone else said this, Langus Sr. would definitely think that he was crazy. If he hid at the ends of the earth and couldn't be found, how could he kill him instantly? That's nonsense. However, this sentence was said by Yang Ming, so Langus Sr. believed it unconditionally because the facts were in front of him. Yang Ming didn't even touch his 4 platinum fighters before they fell to the ground and died. This could be said to be murderous. Langus Sr. had also heard that there were different witchcraft in Asia. For example, voodoo, black magic, psychic magic, and so on. Although there was no scientific basis, it was said to be magical. He subconsciously regarded Yang Ming as such a person. This kind of person didn't even need to make a move. No matter where you were, he could kill you if he wanted to. As long as you were targeted, you definitely couldn't run away. It all depended on the other party's decision. Therefore, Langus Sr. quickly said, Mr. Yang, don't worry. I will never violate any of your wishes. I hope so. Yang Ming nodded. The Guillotine Gang's territory will be given to you. You can take care of the Douglas family's business here. Langus Sr. was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to give him such a big benefit. The Guillotine Gang's territory will be given to me? Then, won't the Street Racer Gang be able to surpass the Aspiration Society in the future and become the largest gang in Las Vegas? But even if the Guillotine Gang is destroyed, it's not up to Yang Ming to decide who their territory will be given to, right? After all, the Nanqing family is behind the Guillotine Gang. Can they let their territory be taken away by others? So, thinking of this, Langus Sr. asked with some doubts, Mr. Yang, But the guillotine gang has the support of the Nanchang family. Nanchang family? That old bastard Jotuns will be here soon. I will tell him when he comes, said Yang Ming casually. Langus Sr. was shocked. He didn't expect Jotuns to come. This Yang Ming's strength is indeed extraordinary. Thinking of what Batterton said before, even the family master of the Douglas family is in awe of Yang Ming. Then, it is not surprising that Jotuns personally came to apologize to Yang Ming. Langus Sr. felt very lucky when he thought that he was able to escape danger this time, and that Yang Ming was willing to let him live. Mr. Yang, thank you. Langus Sr. really didn't expect that he could get benefits for no reason. He originally estimated that even if Yang Ming let him go today, he might find trouble with the street racer gang afterward because it was hard to say. However, not only did Yang Ming not find trouble, but he also gave him some benefits. It seemed that Yang Ming would definitely let them go this time and would not settle accounts later. Thinking of this, Langus Sr. was relieved. He also decided that he would never find trouble with the people around Yang Ming in the future. Not only that, but he would also protect the people around Yang Ming and let Yang Ming know that he was doing his best. This Douglas Vast Hotel seems to have a certain relationship with Yang Ming. Then, the street racer gang will escort the Douglas Vast Hotel in the future. Okay, let's go. I still have something to do. Yang Ming frowned and waved at Langus Sr. impatiently. Langus Sr. was in a dilemma. There's so many corpses on the ground. I can't carry them all, right? He glanced at Batterton next to him. Batterton had to help him find a few confidants to help carry these corpses away. Langus Sr. sent his son to the hospital first. Langus Sr. was very clear about how ruthless his kick was, so he did not expect to be able to cure his son today. He just wanted to keep his son alive. As for his 4 platinum subordinates, Langus Sr. asked the doctors he was familiar with to examine them carefully to see how these 4 people died. However, the results of the examination were myocardial infarction. There were no external injuries on their bodies, and there were no foreign objects in their bodies. They died of myocardial infarction inexplicably. It looked like an accident. Boss, it seems that these 4 people died of myocardial infarction accidentally. Several doctors carefully identified them several times. One of them was even dissected, but the conclusion was the same. Accident? Langus Sr. was stunned. It was possible to say that a person's sudden myocardial infarction was an accident. However, all 4 of them died of myocardial infarction accidentally. That was simply a joke. The doctors were also puzzled. How could 4 people die of myocardial infarction at the same time? However, Langus Sr. didn't say the reason, so they didn't dare to ask more. They just told the results of their examination. Langus Sr. couldn't help but shudder. It must be some kind of sorcery. Otherwise, how could 4 people die of myocardial infarction at the same time? Langus Sr.'s fear of Yang Ming deepened. Langus Sr. could even feel the chill under his feet. If Yang Ming wanted me to die now, I should be dead already. Phew. Langus Sr. took a deep breath and said to the doctors, "Okay, there's nothing for you to do. Deal with these 4 corpses. Don't mention what happened today to anyone. Do you hear me? Don't worry, boss. We won't tell anyone." These doctors were all specialized in serving the street racer gang. Naturally, they knew the severity of the matter, so they naturally obeyed Langus Sr.'s instructions were unconditional. Chapter 1771. After these doctors went out, Langus Sr.'s face showed a shocked expression. No injuries. There is no foreign body in the body. Inexplicable myocardial infarction. What is this? The legendary invisible killing happened in front of him. This kind of shock was difficult to understand if one did not experience it personally. The street racer gang was served by a group of top doctors. The street racer gang controlled the underground racing. There were often injured members of the street racer gang in the racing. If there were no specialized doctors, it would be quite troublesome to treat them. These doctors were all very professional top surgeons, so they were very familiar with Lang Ji's external injuries. They quickly dealt with it. After Lang Gu used the painkiller, he also woke up. Knowing that he could not be a man for the rest of his life, Lang Gu was a little depressed. However, he did not resent Yang Ming at all. He could only revere Yang Ming as if he was a god. It was like a mortal who did something wrong and was punished by God. Not only would he not resent God, but he would also repent for his mistakes. He was afraid that God would be unhappy and punish him again. Lang Gu was in this mood now. In his opinion, Yang Ming's existence was not something he could resist at all. Yang Ming could kill him with just a look. He was as small as an ant in front of Yang Ming. Therefore, not only did he not resent Yang Ming, but he was also grateful in his heart because Yang Ming forgave him in the end and did not kill him. This made Lang Gu very glad that he had caused such a big trouble. The 4 platinum fighters were finished, and he only became the second chair. It was a good ending. Lang Gu Sr. pushed the door and walked into Lang Ji's ward. Seeing his son on the bed, Lang Gu Sr. sighed. Lang Gu, don't blame your father. I was also forced. Dad, you don't have to say anymore. Lang Gu said indifferently. Dad, that was what Mr. Yang asked you to do. You had to do it, or else we would all die. I'm already very lucky that Mr. Yang spared us. Otherwise, you and I would have become corpses. Oh, Lang Gu Sr. was stunned. He wanted to comfort his son so that he wouldn't take things too hard, but he didn't expect his son to be more open-minded than him. He was actually fine now. He said happily, Son, it's great that you can think this way. I was afraid that you would take things too hard. I'm afraid you'll do something irrational. That Yang Ming is simply not someone we can contend with. Batterton is right. Whoever touches it will die. I want to advise you not to think about revenge. It's impossible. Dad, you can't call Mr. Yang by his name. You must know that Mr. Yang is an omnipotent person with great wisdom and ability. If you say that, and he senses it, our family will be in trouble. Lang Gu quickly corrected his father's words. Also, I didn't think about revenge at all. I feel that I've already been forgiven. What's the point of revenge? I'm not a fool. Mr. Yang doesn't even need to do anything to kill me. I'm not that stupid. Yes, it's my fault. Lang Gu Sr. felt that his son's words were indeed reasonable. This Yang Ming is omnipotent. If he finds out that I'm speaking ill of him behind his back, it will be fucked up. Dad, now we have to do well and make Mr. Yang happy. I think that our Lang Gu family still has a chance to make a comeback. Lang Gu said excitedly. From the fact that Mr. Yang gave us the Guillotine Gang's territory, it could be seen that we are not useless. I think that as long as we follow Mr. Yang closely and listen to his instructions, our family is also hopeful to become a super family like the Douglas family and the Nanching family. Yes. After being reminded by his son, Lang Gu Sr.'s eyes suddenly lit up, but then dimmed again. But, AI, our family has no more descendants. What's the use of having a meteoric rise? Dad, you are now old but vigorous. Quickly give birth to a younger brother for me. I'll take care of it all these years. When I'm old, my younger brother can take over. Our family won't be destroyed. Lang Gu said excitedly. I can only try my best. Lang Gu Sr. blushed and nodded. Dad, you have to take care of the Douglas Vast Hotel. As for me, after returning to school, I will be the bodyguard of Chun Zhe and Tao Linfeng. This way, Mr. Yang will definitely see our efforts and repent. He will definitely be happy. Lang Gu planned for the future. And not bad. In that case, this matter is not necessarily a bad thing. If we grasp it well, it will be a big opportunity. Lang Gu Sr. said firmly. Yes, Dad, I can't wait. Lang Gu said excitedly. Yang Ming naturally didn't think about the conversation between Lang Gu and his son. After sending them away, he said to Zhang Bin, Student Big Bin, your wish is probably shattered. The nightclub won't be open tonight. Zhang Bin was stunned, but then he said excitedly, Bro, the scene I just saw is much more exciting than the nightclub performance. Bro, you are so awesome. You killed people with your eyes. You killed those 4 macho men with your eyes? Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming kill people for the second time in a day, and he was already accustomed to it. Not only was he not afraid, but he was very excited. In his opinion, this was much better than those erotic dances, especially the scene where Lang Gu Sr.'s family was scared out of their wits. It was even more refreshing. You brat, Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Don't tell your father and Wang Mei about this matter. Just keep it to yourself. Don't worry, bro. I won't talk nonsense, Zhang Bin said with a smile. But what are we going to do now? It's still early. Are we going back to our room to sleep? Your wife is waiting in your room. Why are you asking me? Yang Ming glared at Zhang Bin. If Chun Mingyan is accompanying me in the room, I won't even bother to go out. Ugh. I was thinking that we finally came to Las Vegas. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't go out and explore? What a waste, Zhang Bin said with some embarrassment. The nightclub here is not open. There are many nightclubs outside. Why don't we go out and explore? Yang Ming wanted to refuse, but he was helpless when he saw Zhang Bin's expectant look. He thought that the matter in Las Vegas was almost solved, and no one could target Zhang Bin and himself. It was okay to go out and explore. Thinking of this, Yang Ming nodded. Well, let's go out and explore. But first, I will say that I won't go to those erotic places. Not going, of course not, Zhang Bin quickly promised. Then, shall we go out now? Wait a minute. I'll ask Batterton to prepare a car. It's more convenient to drive myself, said Yang Ming as he waved to Batterton, who was not far away. After Batterton dealt with Lang Ji's matter, he saw that Yang Ming did not leave. He did not dare to leave at will. After all, such a big thing had happened. What if Yang Ming talked to him about something? So, Batterton waited on the side like a waiter. Seeing Yang Ming waving at him, Batterton quickly ran over. Mr. Yang, do you have any orders? Prepare a car for me. I'm going out in a while, Yang Ming instructed Batterton. Okay, Mr. Yang. Batterton nodded. Where is Mr. Yang going? Do you need a driver? No, I'm just going out with my friend. The nightclub here is not open tonight. Let's go somewhere else, said Yang Ming. Okay, I got it. Batterton knew Yang Ming's purpose, so it was easier for him to choose a car. As he spoke, he turned around and ran quickly to the elevator to prepare a car for Yang Ming. Bro, is it okay to kill those 4 people? Zhang Bin waited for Batterton to leave before he was a little scared. This Batterton won't call the police, right? Don't worry. It's not as serious as you think. Yang Ming smiled. This Batterton's family is called the Douglas family, an underworld family. This kind of thing is commonplace in their family. Now they're all on the same side. So that's how it is. Zhang Bin nodded with relief. Batterton had just prepared the car and came down to inform Yang Ming. He suddenly heard Yang Ming say, they're all on the same side now. He was excited. They're all on the same side. In other words, Yang Ming considers my family as one of his own. Chapter 1772. Previously, Batterton was afraid that Yang Ming would be dissatisfied with him and his family. After all, he had offended Yang Ming before. Although Yang Ming didn't say anything, it didn't mean that Yang Ming had completely accepted him. Now, it seemed that Yang Ming no longer had any grudges. Batterton was extremely excited. He thought that he would report this good news to the family master as soon as possible when he was free. Mr. Yang, the car is ready. It's parked at the entrance of the hotel, said Batterton. Okay, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin followed Batterton to the elevator together. Mr. Yang, we are in a hurry tonight. We can only prepare this car. See if you like it. Batterton carefully led Yang Ming to the hotel entrance and said, take a look. If it doesn't work, I will change it. Yang Ming didn't think much of it. It was fine as long as the car could be driven. Yang Ming didn't have so many requirements. Huh? Yang Ming glanced outside the hotel and was stunned. A sports car? Or a convertible? A Porsche 911 convertible was parked at the entrance of the hotel. It was this year's latest model. Yang Ming had seen it on the internet, but he didn't expect Batterton to bring it here in the middle of the night. Why? Mr. Yang doesn't like it? Batterton saw Yang Ming's stunned look, and his heart tightened. He secretly scolded himself. Did I do something wrong? Yang Ming doesn't like this kind of flashy sports car? But Mr. Yang is a young man. He goes to nightclubs at night. Isn't it cool to drive a sports car? Is he old-fashioned enough to drive a car, like a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley? Originally, Yang Ming wanted to ask Batterton to change the car, but Yang Ming smiled and shook his head when he saw Zhang Bin's fond eyes. Yang Ming realized that he seemed to be a little old. If it were in the past, He would be excited to have such a flashy sports car, just like Zhang Bin. But now, Yang Ming didn't like this kind of flashy car. Instead, he liked to be low-key. It seems that I have to adjust my mentality. I'm not old yet. I'm still young, but I like old men's things. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If I wait for the Yunnan matter to be settled, I should really live like a teenager for a while. It's nothing. Thinking of this, Yang Ming shook his head. A sports car is a sports car. It's good. Batterton breathed a sigh of relief. IT doesn't matter as long as nothing happens to you. Yang, as long as you don't. As. Me? Be. Yang. Let's go. Don't wait for me. I don't know when I'll be back. Yang Ming waved his hand to Batterton. Right. If the Nanqing family's family master, Jodens, comes, you can let him sit in the lobby and wait for me. Okay. Batterton broke into a sweat. Jodens is the family master of the Nanqing family. Mr. Yang actually wants him to sit in the hotel lobby and wait for him? How can Jodens endure this? If others knew, they would probably be shocked to death, right? However, this was Yang Ming's instruction. Batterton would naturally convey it word for word to Jodens after he came. As for whether he would wait or not, that was another matter. Yang Ming got into the front passenger seat of the car. Zhang Bin started the car. Listening to the roaring engine, Zhang Bin's face showed excitement and satisfaction. This car is awesome. It would be great if I had one. I'll give you one when we go back, said Yang Ming lightly. Okay. And, boss, are you telling the truth? You want to give me one? Are you kidding me? This car costs more than 3 million. Zhang Bin was shocked. Isn't this the latest model? What's it a joke about? Yang Ming smiled. With your jewelry company's financial resources, it's not like you can't afford it. Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. Since his good brother, Zhang Bin, liked this car, Yang Ming would naturally give him one. Yang Ming remembered that when he had no money, he took a taxi to Zhang Bin's house. Zhang Bin reimbursed him for the taxi fare, which made Yang Ming very moved. Now that he had the ability, a car was nothing in Yang Ming's eyes. If Zhang Bin liked it, he would naturally give it to him. Hey, isn't that public money? I don't dare to touch it. Zhang Bin knew what was important. Although there was no distinction between him and Yang Ming, he still wouldn't touch the company's money casually. It's all yours in the future. Yang Ming smiled. Bro, where are we going? I'm not familiar with this place. After driving for a while, Zhang Bin realized that this wasn't Songjiang City, but Las Vegas. Just drive casually. I'm not familiar with it. Yang Ming said indifferently. It is said that the roads in Las Vegas extend in all directions. You won't get lost no matter how you drive. Zhang Bin heard this and began to wander around the streets. Anyway, he was just looking at the night scenery. Bro, look over there. Jet Nightclub is a famous nightclub in Las Vegas. Zhang Bin pointed to a sign not far away and said excitedly, I have seen it on the internet before. Many singers and stars like to come here. Oh, Yang Ming hadn't heard of this nightclub called Jet Nightclub. Yang Ming felt that he was out of touch with Zhang Bin's age group. Then let's go and have a look. Okay, I'll find a place to park. Zhang Bin looked left and right at the roadside parking space. He was in a dilemma. It could be seen that this Jet Nightclub was so popular that there weren't any parking spaces nearby. I'll go and look. Zhang Bin helplessly got out of the car and prepared to look around to see if there was a place to park. When Zhang Bin got out of the car, Yang Ming naturally followed. Although he could use his X-ray vision to see if there was a parking space in front, behind, left, and right, it was useless to use it. Even if he had a special ability, if he used it for such a small matter, he would be relying too much on it. Yang Ming didn't want to be a person who relied on his special ability for everything. The two people in front, get out of the way. When Yang Ming got out of the car, he heard someone shouting behind him. He looked back in surprise and saw two people running toward him. The one in front was a man in his 30s, and the one chasing him was a man in his 20s. He looked very young. The one who shouted was the man behind. When he saw Yang Ming and Zhang Bin in a daze, he had to remind them again, get out of the way. The person in front is dangerous. Don't get close. Dangerous? Is it the police catching a thief? But it doesn't seem like it. Although the man behind spoke English, What made Yang Ming feel strange was that these two people were obviously Asian. Although there were many Asians in Las Vegas, it was a bit strange that the people chasing and running were all Asians. However, before Yang Ming could figure out the relationship between these two people, the man in his 30s who was running in front jumped onto Yang Ming's Porsche 911. Seeing that there was no car key on it, the man was not discouraged. He punched the position where the key was inserted and directly smashed the layer outside, the central control combination switch. Then, he was ready to look for the circuit used for the key to start the ignition. "You motherfucker!" Yang Ming almost exploded when he saw the man's action. Although this car was not Yang Ming's, he still drove it. It was inexplicably smashed by someone. It would be strange if Yang Ming was not angry. Zhangbin also saw the man's action. He looked at the car with a stunned and distressed expression, unable to speak. "What the fuck are you doing?" Yang Ming also jumped into the car and grabbed the man's collar. Yang Ming didn't care why the people behind him were chasing him, but he couldn't ignore that his car was smashed. "Smashing my car in front of me?" Yang Ming was a little speechless. Why are there so many bad-ass people? Even if they don't know that I'm a ruthless person, I'm still next to the car. This person dares to hit me. Chapter 1773. The kid in front. Get out of the way. Don't get close to him. The young man who was chasing the man behind saw that Yang Ming actually got in the car and was so close to the man he was chasing. He suddenly became anxious and shouted loudly, "He is very dangerous." Dangerous? Yang Ming looked at the person in front of him. He was indeed very dangerous. He could blow open the encirclement outside the car's central control combination switch with one punch. He was not an ordinary person. At this time, the man who was grabbed by Yang Ming was very annoyed and impatient when Yang Ming suddenly got in the car and grabbed him. However, when he heard the shout of the person chasing him from behind, the man's eyes suddenly lit up. He ignored Yang Ming's hand that was grabbing his collar. His hand that was looking for the ignition wire of the car suddenly took out a dagger from nowhere and pressed it against Yang Ming's neck. The young man who was chasing the man behind saw his action, and his heart suddenly tightened. The more he was afraid, the more it would happen. He went abroad this time to perform a special mission. The man he was chasing was a secret wanted criminal in the country. He stole some of the country's scientific and technological achievements and fled abroad. The young man chased all the way to Las Vegas, preparing to kill him secretly. However, this person's skill was also very good. It was beyond the scope of ordinary people, and he was unusually cunning. He chased him several times and led him to the downtown area. In this way, the young man couldn't let go of his hands and feet, and he didn't dare to shoot at will. After all, this was not his country's territory, and he was secretly performing a mission. If the local police found out, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Originally, this time, he was about to catch up with the man in front, but he didn't expect him to jump into a convertible sports car and prepare to escape with the help of the sports car. The owner of the sports car didn't seem to realize how dangerous this person was, and he even rushed forward to reason. If the man wanted to take the owner of the sports car as a hostage to threaten him, it would be really difficult. Maybe he could only let him go. After all, if there was a hostage, the people nearby would call the police, and he couldn't take any further action. Thinking of this, the person who was chasing couldn't help but sigh, but when he saw that the person who was caught by the man was also Asian, as a compatriot, he still had to remind, "Leave quickly. That person is very dangerous." However, the man's dagger had already approached Yang Ming first. Yang Ming's eyes flashed a hint of sarcasm. "You smashed my car, and now you want to kidnap me? Do you want to kill me, or take me as a hostage?" Yang Ming gently dodged the man's dagger and asked faintly, "Ugh?" The man was obviously stunned. He never thought that Yang Ming could avoid the dagger that he stretched out. He still had a certain amount of confidence in his own skill and speed. Otherwise, he couldn't repeatedly escape the pursuit of this guy behind him. What a busybody. Obviously, the Security Bureau was in charge of this matter, but in the end, they coordinated with such an expert to hunt me down. Li Jianqi's heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. Why? The Chip was no longer in his hands, and he had already handed it over. This guy was still chasing after him relentlessly. He was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. And Dr. Benjamin is really a bastard. Previously, he promised me that after I handed over the chip, he would send an expert to protect me for a period of time. But after I handed over the chip, that expert didn't listen to my orders at all. Damn it. If I knew it was so dangerous, I wouldn't have taken a risk for a few $1,000,000. In China, I am a high-paid scientific researcher who earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Thinking of this, Li Jianqi was extremely depressed. He originally wanted to take Yang Ming as a hostage to force the person from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to stop chasing him. However, Li Jianqi instantly realized that this ordinary-looking, slightly handsome young man in front of him seemed to be a dangerous person. Motherfucker, what the hell is this? Why am I so unlucky? I wanted to take a hostage, but I found out that the hostage is an expert who is more powerful than me. Li Jianqi wanted to cry. However, this was not the time to cry. It was more important to escape. Li Jianqi also gave up on attacking Yang Ming when his attack failed. Li Jianqi had already sensed the danger when Yang Ming dodged in an instant. Li Jianqi threw away the dagger in his hand. A dagger was useless against an expert. Not only could it not hurt the opponent, but it could also become a suicide tool. After Li Jianqi threw away the dagger, he was about to jump out of the car and continue to escape. However, he suddenly realized that his collar was still grabbed by Yang Ming. Li Jianqi had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't break free from Yang Ming's hand. Hey! Li Jianqi was anxious. He chopped at Yang Ming's wrist with his hand. He was really anxious. He saw that the person from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was catching up, but he was caught by this kid and couldn't leave. What is this? Li Jianqi finally understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. He reaped what he sowed. He tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Bang! Li Jianqi ruthlessly chopped at Yang Ming's wrist. Ouch! A scream was heard. Yang Ming looked at Li Jianqi, who almost jumped on the ground in pain. He sneered and looked at him mockingly. You want to leave after smashing my car? Yang Ming didn't even dodge Li Jianqi's hand chop. In the past, when Yang Ming was just selected by Fang Tian and received training, he soaked and transformed his body with potions every day. He punched and kicked trees all day long, directly breaking in trees. No matter how hard Li Jianqi's wrist was, how could it be compared to a big tree? Chopping at himself with a hand chop was simply asking for trouble. He was asking for trouble. Fuck. Li Jianqi wanted to curse. He thought, Big brother, how much is your car worth? If I ran a little later, I would have lost my life. He really wanted to slap this kid in front of him to death. Why can't he tell the severity of the situation? However, Li Jianqi only thought about it in his heart. He really didn't dare to slap it. He thought about how his hand chopped at this kid's wrist just now. This kid was fine and even sneered at him, but his hand was in so much pain that it was about to fall off. Why did it feel like he had chopped an iron rod? Is this a human's wrist? It's simply reinforced concrete. Li Jianqi was even more horrified in his heart. He also knew that he couldn't force Yang Ming. He begged Yang Ming in a low voice. Big brother, I will definitely pay for your car. I won't go back on my words. Let me leave first. I will definitely pay you for 2 cars later. Chapter 1774. Li Jianqi said a few words. When he saw that Yang Ming was unmoved, he knew that his words did not move Yang Ming. He quickly added, Brother, I beg you. I have to leave now. Do you see? The guy behind me is chasing after me. If you let me go, I will not only compensate you for 2 cars, but I will also definitely thank you. Absolutely, definitely. Huh. Yang Ming smiled faintly. If you leave, where can I find you? Moreover, I'm traveling abroad. Maybe I will leave tomorrow. You will send me money later? Who are you lying to? Do you think I will believe you? Li Jianqi was stunned. Although he saw that Yang Ming was not a European, but an Asian, he thought that he was just an Asian and not an Asian when he saw him driving a sports car in the downtown area. However, when he heard that Yang Ming was traveling and would leave tomorrow, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, He immediately changed his mind and carefully looked at Yang Ming's physical features. Then he suddenly changed his attitude and asked tentatively, "Brother, are you Chinese?" Li Jianxi used Chinese because according to his careful examination of Yang Ming's physical features, he felt that Yang Ming was more like a Chinese. Although Asians were all yellow-skinned, there were some subtle differences between the people of each country. Although it was not very obvious, it was still possible to guess correctly if one looked carefully. So what if I am? Even you have to pay for it. Yang Ming had already seen that Li Jianxi was Chinese, so he didn't care at all and turned a deaf ear to his words. "Brother, I'm also Chinese." As the saying goes, when a fellow countryman sees a fellow countryman, both eyes will be filled with tears. We are from the same country. We should take care of each other. Li Jianxi tried to make his voice more moving. Although the people from a supernatural investigation bureau were about to catch up, Li Jianxi had to patiently preach in order to deal with this kid in front of him. Otherwise, if this kid didn't let him go, he wouldn't be able to beat this kid. Then it would be over. "You're from the same hometown, yet you're smashing cars?" Yang Ming looked at Li Jianxi mockingly. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't know how much this car costs in Europe and the United States, but it costs $3 million in China. If you compensate me with 2 cars, it will be $6 million. Hurry up and take out the money. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Yang Ming was thinking about buying a car for Zhang Bin after he returned to China. However, in less than half an hour, someone took the initiative to give him money. Although Yang Ming didn't lack money, and this car wasn't Yang Ming's, Yang Ming couldn't let this guy take advantage of him. Smashing his car in front of him, there was something seriously wrong with his attitude. "Brother, you're my brother. Did you see that? The idiot behind me wants to chase me, so I have to run. I can't let him catch me. You let me go first. Otherwise, if he catches me, he will take me away. You won't get a single cent." Li Jianxi said, "We are all Chinese. I won't lie to you. That guy is from a terrorist organization. He's so badass. If you can't beat him, I can't beat him either. If I fall into his hands, it won't end well. I don't care which organization he is from." Yang Ming didn't care at all, not to mention that a person from a terrorist organization came. Even those armed organizations in Africa wouldn't be able to snatch a person from my hands. When Li Jianxi heard Yang Ming's words, he really wanted to cry. Why is this person so stubborn? He doesn't listen to reason or force. He won't listen to anything I say. What kind of person is he? However, he still didn't give up. "Brother, let me go. Even if you return to China, I will return to China. Give me a contact number. I will go back and look for you. I will compensate you 3 times, no, 5 times. What do you think? Fuck off. Are you retarded?" Yang Ming slapped Li Jianxi's face. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and pay for the car. Otherwise, don't leave. Don't talk about the future. I don't know where I will go after I return to China." Yang Ming was telling the truth. Not long after he returned to China, he would start his trip to Yunnan. He wasn't sure if he could return. Besides, who knew if this kid was talking nonsense? Looking at him, if he was caught by the person behind him, he definitely wouldn't end well. Whether he could live or not was one thing. Yang Ming naturally wanted the money first. "Fuck, how can you be like this? It's not that I don't want to give you money. You're forcing me, right? You're forcing me, right?" Li Jianxi saw that he couldn't persuade Yang Ming, so he started to be unreasonable again. As the saying goes, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. If I don't care about my life now, this kid in front of me will probably let me go, right? Let me tell you, if you force me again, I will fight with you. Let me tell you, if I am caught by the kid behind me, I won't end well either." Li Jianxi roared, "Damn, it's death either way. If you don't let go of me, I will fight with you. It's either you die or I live. Even if I die, you won't have a good end either. Are you done?" Yang Ming listened quietly to Li Jianxi and then asked coldly, "Ugh." Li Jianxi didn't expect that his intimidation had no effect on Yang Ming. Yang Ming even asked him if he was done. Isn't he obviously looking down on me and despising me? Li Jianxi was anxious. "Damn, you are courting death. Li Jianqi shouted and pounced on Yang Ming recklessly. It looked like he wanted to fight with Yang Ming. Unfortunately, Yang Ming slapped him again, making Li Jianqi dizzy. Are you performing acrobatics? Do you want to get beaten up? Give me a straight answer. Do you have money or not? If you don't have money, I will beat you to a pulp. If you have money, I will give you money. Li Jianqi spat out a bloody tooth. He was really going crazy because of Yang Ming. This person is ruthless and difficult to deal with. I am really not his opponent. However, Li Jianqi raised his head and looked at the approaching figure behind him. He sighed helplessly in his heart. It's useless to say anything now. The person behind me is catching up. I can't run away even if I want to. It doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Li Jianqi became dejected. But at the same time, he also gave up. His ferocious appearance changed into a weak appearance that was ready to be trampled upon. Do whatever you want. I don't have money, but I do have a life. Just kill me, Li Jianqi thought. Since you're so badass, just kill me. I don't want to be caught by the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. If I don't confess, I will have to suffer. It's better to let this kid end me. Do you want to die? Yang Ming glanced at Li Jianqi. He understood what Li Jianqi was thinking. However, how could Yang Ming let him do as he wished? Yeah, I damaged your car, so I won't compensate you. I will anger you to death. You can kill me. Aren't you badass? Why don't you do it? Li Jianqi said with a death-seeking face. You don't like me, right? Kill me. Quick, quick, quick. Chapter 1775. Oh, I'll kill you when you give me the money. Yang Ming looked at Li Jianqi and said calmly, You want to die if you don't give me the money? No way. Li Jianqi really wanted to curse. What kind of person is this? Why is he so difficult to talk to? However, before Li Jianqi could say anything, the young man who was chasing him had already arrived. In fact, it only took a moment. He and Yang Ming had only exchanged a few words. The young man who was chasing after them saw that Li Jianqi was actually restrained by Yang Ming. His eyes were full of surprise. He was very clear about Li Jianqi's skills. Although Li Jianqi was far worse than him, otherwise, he would not have been chased around the world. However, compared to ordinary people, Li Jianqi was much stronger. Thank you for helping me catch him. In any case, the person in front of him had caught the target he had been chasing for many days. Lu Yezi still said gratefully, No need to thank me. I didn't catch him because of you, Yang Ming said faintly. This person looked delicate, but the man was too delicate, which made people feel that he was a little effeminate. Looking at his appearance, he also looked like a Chinese. So, although he spoke in English, Yang Ming spoke in Chinese. Yang Ming's words made Lu Yezi slightly stunned. He looked at Yang Ming. Are you also Chinese? I'm here to travel. Yang Ming shrugged. Hee, since we are both Chinese, it's easier to talk to you. Lu Yezi nodded to Yang Ming in a friendly manner. Can you give me the person? I can go back and report. Give you? Yang Ming looked at Lu Yezi strangely. Why should I give you? This. Lu Yezi was stunned. He thought, I've been chasing him. Didn't you see? Since you caught him, you naturally have to give him to me. However, Lu Yezi still explained, He is the person I want to catch. Oh, I don't care if he is the person you want to catch. He damaged my car, so I wanted to pay for it. Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's explanation and did not care at all. Instead, he insisted. Pay for the car? At this time, Lu Yezi also noticed that the central control combination switch of Yang Ming's car was destroyed. Obviously, it was done by Li Jianqi. He could only smile bitterly in his heart. If Li Jianqi destroyed a car for an ordinary person, they would be very scared. How could they be like this person in front of him? Not only did he not catch it, but he also wanted to pay for the car. However, the person in front of him seemed to be very skilled and could not be underestimated. If he wanted Li Jianqi to compensate for his car, he naturally had the ability to do so. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. Sir, I am from the country's special department. I am carrying out a mission outside. I have to bring this person back. Since you're also here to travel, you should support me. You can rest assured that your car is broken. After we go back, I can repair it for you. Lu Yezi heard Yang Ming say that he came from China to travel. Naturally, He did not hide his identity. He thought that if he revealed his identity, Yang Ming should give him some face. After all, they were from the same country. Moreover, he was also carrying out official duties. Yang Ming would not obstruct him, right? Carrying out a mission? Yang Ming frowned. I don't care if you carry out a mission or not, but this guy said that he would compensate me for 2 cars. So, I will let him go if he gives me the money. Sir, do you mean that you're not cooperating with me? Lu Yezi was a little angry. Even if you know some kung fu, you don't have to do this, right? The money for 2 cars? Isn't this extortion? Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's words and became angry. You said that you carry out a mission. So you carry out a mission? Who knows if you were a liar? Ugh. Lu Yezi was stunned. He was a little speechless, but then he took out an ID and handed it to Yang Ming. This is my ID. This can prove my identity, right? You still have an ID? Yang Ming took Lu Yezi's ID from his hand. This was a domestic military ID. The photo on it was indeed the person in front of him. His name is Lu Yezi? Yang Ming wanted to laugh. Lu Yezi? Female? Male. Lu Yezi was a little embarrassed. Transvestite? Yang Ming continued to ask. Lu Yezi was a little angry. A real man? Oh, it's a real man. I know. So do many supergirls. Yang Ming nodded. Lu Yezi was speechless. I am quite familiar with your department. But why haven't I seen you before? Yang Ming looked at the department on Lu Yezi's ID. It was actually the same department as the military ID that Xia Bingbao gave him. So, Yang Ming was a little skeptical about the identity of the person in front of him. Is your ID fake? Haven't seen it before? Lu Yezi was stunned. What do you mean? The meaning is obvious. I'm also in this department. As Yang Ming spoke, he took out his military ID from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yezi. Don't show your ID in the future. Don't you know that I have a real one here? You are actually in the same department as me, but I haven't seen you before. Yang Ming was naturally speaking without thinking. Yang Ming had never learned to distinguish the authenticity of these IDs. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming was just a subordinate. How could he know if there was a person named Lu Yezi in this department? He just said this casually to trick Lu Yezi to see if there was a problem with this person's identity. Huh, you too? Lu Yezi took Yang Ming's ID with some disbelief. He glanced at it, and his face suddenly became very strange. We are really in the same department. Seeing Lu Yezi's expression, Yang Ming thought, this kid really has a problem. I'm just a subordinate of the department. I don't even know the leaders in that department, let alone ordinary people. After Lu Yezi saw my ID card, not only did he not show any objection, but he also had such an expression. Is there really something wrong with this person? Lu Yezi did not expect that the person in front of him was actually a military person. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still said, since you are a member of the military, then I don't need to hide my identity from you. The place of work on this ID is actually just a subsidiary. My real identity is to serve a special department. Special department? Yang Ming did not expect Lu Yezi to explain it this way. Isn't it very similar to my nature? They are both subordinate. Yes, this is my real ID. You must have heard of this place, right? Lu Yezi returned Yang Ming's ID to Yang Ming, then took out an ID from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Your leader should have told you that when our people need help, you have to unconditionally cooperate with our department to perform tasks. Oh. Yang Ming took Lu Yezi's ID with interest. At first glance, he was a little dumbfounded. It can't be. Chapter 1776. Yang Ming didn't expect Lu Yezi to be able to take out a second document. Judging from his tone, could it be that he was also affiliated with the military? And what was the special department he was talking about? So, Yang Ming took Lu Yezi's ID with interest. At first glance, he was a little dumbfounded. It can't be, right? Ugh, you are from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Yang Ming coughed twice and looked at Lu Yezi strangely. Cough, cough. It can't be, right? Lu Yezi was relieved when he heard Yang Ming's words. Since Yang Ming knew the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it meant that Yang Ming was obligated to cooperate with his actions unconditionally. He had a hand over the person in his hands to Lu Yezi. Yes, since you know this department, you also know the nature of our work. Please hand over the person in your hands to me. Lu Yezi said with some depression. He originally thought that if he took out an ID, Yang Ming would hand over the person to him. However, he didn't expect that he would have to use the ultimate ID. But I still have to ask him to compensate for my car first. Yang Ming returned the ID to Lu Yezi, shook his head, and said, "What?" Lu Yezi was stunned when he heard Yang Ming's words. What does this mean? Does he not know what the Supernatural Investigation Bureau does? As a member of the military, he actually doesn't cooperate with my work? Lu Yezi was really a little angry. Don't you know that you should cooperate with our work? Oh, that's them, but I'm not. Yang Ming shook his head. In fact, I'm the same as you. I'm also affiliated with the military. I also work in the special department. Hey, Lu Yezi was stunned. Are you kidding me? This is my ID. Take a look. As Yang Ming spoke, he took out his other ID and handed it to Lu Yezi. When Lu Yezi saw the cover of Yang Ming's ID, his face suddenly changed. He took the ID that Yang Ming handed over with some disbelief, opened it, and completely confirmed his guess previously. When Lu Yezi saw that Yang Ming's ID cover was very similar to his own, he was suspicious in his heart. At this time, when he took it and looked at the contents inside, Lu Yezi was completely sure that this ID was also from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Colleagues? Lu Yezi smiled bitterly and returned the ID to Yang Ming. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Yes, we're in the same boat. Yang Ming nodded. So give me some face. I'll ask for the money first. After I ask for the money, you can take him away. Ugh, okay. Lu Yezi could only nod and agree with Yang Ming's approach. There was no other way. The two of them belonged to the same system. There was no subordinate relationship between them. Since that was the case, it would be good enough if Yang Ming could return the person to him after getting the money. He couldn't ask too much of Yang Ming. Since this person was in the same line of work, Yang Ming didn't have to avoid Lu Yezi for some of his methods. In fact, the most surprised person was Li Dianqi. He originally thought that Yang Ming was just a person with good skills. But later, when Yang Ming took out a military ID, he felt that something was wrong. But this was still okay. After that, Yang Ming took out the same ID from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This made Li Dianqi feel a little desperate. Is there a mistake? Why is my luck so bad? I wanted to rob a car and take a hostage, but I actually robbed someone from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Isn't this too unlucky? Li Dianqi really accepted his fate this time. No wonder this guy in front of me is so powerful. It turns out that he is also from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Since I have fallen into their hands, I can forget about getting out. Li Dianqi sighed. He was dejected and gave up the idea of resisting. I say, are you going to pay or not? Yang Ming picked Li Dianqi up and asked, pay my ass. Do whatever you want. I'm going to be like this. If you have the ability, why don't you kill me? Li Dianqi threw caution to the wind. His account in the Swiss bank was enough for his wife and children to enjoy for several lifetimes. So he also made up his mind to not take out a single cent. Anyway, it was a dead end. Why should he pay for the car? Are you sure you don't want to pay? Yang Ming looked at Li Dianqi coldly. I don't have money. I don't have money. I only have a life. Just do whatever you want. Li Dianqi looked like he was going to sacrifice himself for justice. Well, this is what you said. Don't be unable to bear it later. Yang Ming said faintly. Ugh, Mr. Yang, we still have some use for this person when we go back. Don't kill him. Lu Yezi saw that Yang Ming was about to make a move on Li Dianqi, so he quickly reminded him. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yang Ming nodded. Then, he gently tapped a few acupuncture points on Li Dianqi's body and threw Li Dianqi to the ground. He was not afraid that Li Dianqi would run away. Seeing that Yang Ming threw Li Dianqi to the ground, Lu Yezi was nervous. Don't run away. Yang Ming saw Lu Yezi's defensive look. He smiled slightly and waved his hand. Lu Yezi saw that Yang Ming was so confident, so he did not do anything else. After all, the people in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had their own unique skills. Even he was the same. Li Dianqi did not expect that Yang Ming would let him go. After he fell to the ground, He wanted to get up and run away. However, before he could run, there was a numbing and unbearable pain all over his body. It was as if a group of ants were biting his skin and internal organs. Ah! Li Jianqi screamed and rolled on the ground. Ah, it's so uncomfortable. What did you do to me? Ah! Li Jianqi howled and rolled on the ground. His hands scratched at different parts of his body, but he couldn't solve any problems. He twisted his body and rubbed his body on the ground. His clothes were almost torn, and his skin was rubbed with bloody marks. However, he didn't realize it at all. At this moment, Lu Yezi was also looking at Yang Ming in shock. What kind of technique is this? Why does it look a bit like acupuncture? Even my father doesn't know this kind of technique, right? Sealing acupoints was a profound skill. Just kill me. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. Li Jianqi cried. He wanted to commit suicide, but he could not muster any strength. He could not do anything other than rolling on the ground. If you are dead, who will I ask for the fare? Yang Ming was not moved at all. He looked at Li Jianqi coldly. Ah, I'll give you the money. I'll give you the fare. I'll give. Li Jianqi was not stupid. He understood when he heard Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was still thinking about the fare. Before he gave the money, he would definitely not let him die easily. I thought you didn't want to give me the money. Yang Ming glanced at Li Jianqi and said faintly, It can't be. You can't stand it. I still have a lot of tricks that I haven't used. What a pity. Chapter 1777. Li Jianqi wanted to cry. When he heard Yang Ming's words, he was so scared that he almost fainted. Isn't this just the beginning? There are still other methods to come? Are you kidding me? This is already killing me. I'm on the brink of death. According to Yang Ming's words, there are even more powerful methods to come. How can I live? However, it would be fine if he couldn't live. The most uncomfortable thing is this half-dead feeling. Thinking of this, Li Jianqi quickly said, Brother, I'll compensate you. I'll compensate you for 2 cars. No, 3 cars. I'll transfer the money to you now. Please let me go. I beg of you. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier if you were going to compensate me? Yang Ming squatted down and tapped Li Jianqi's body a few times. Then he stood up again. I wanted to say it earlier, but when did I have the chance? You are too ruthless. I give up. I really give up. After being tapped a few times by Yang Ming, Li Jianqi suddenly felt as if he had jumped out of a fire pit. He felt indescribably comfortable. Phew! Li Jianqi let out a sigh of relief. The painful feeling from before was finally gone. Li Jianqi felt a chill in his heart when he thought of the pain that had seeped into his bones. The person in front of me is too scary. He is even scarier than Lu Yezi, who is chasing me. I reckon that if the Supernatural Investigation Bureau were to send the person in front of me, I wouldn't be able to run this far before being caught. The pain in Li Jianqi's body gradually disappeared. His physical strength was also slowly recovering. However, he was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he pretended to be physically weak and continued to lie on the ground. Yang Ming did not urge him. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. However, Li Jianqi did not notice it. Li Jianqi was currently wishful thinking. He was ready to quickly escape after he recovered his physical strength. Therefore, he was happy to pretend that he had not recovered, even though Yang Ming did not ask him to get up. When will you give me the money? Yang Ming glanced at Li Jianqi and asked. Huff, huff. Li Jianqi deliberately took 2 deep breaths. It's too uncomfortable. I'm going to die. Wait a minute. After Li Jianqi finished speaking, he turned his eyes and looked at Yang Ming. When he saw that Yang Ming and Lu Yezi didn't do anything, he suddenly shouted, stood up, and ran in the opposite direction of the two. When Lu Yezi saw Li Jianqi getting up, he knew that something was wrong. He was about to stop him, but before he could do so, Yang Ming reached out and stopped him. Don't worry. Lu Yezi was stunned. If he hadn't confirmed the authenticity of Yang Ming's ID, he would have thought that Yang Ming and Li Jianqi were in cahoots. However, what happened next made Lu Yezi understand why Yang Ming let Li Jianqi run away without taking any action. Li Jianqi jumped up from the ground and was about to run away. However, just as he stood up and rushed forward, before he could take a step, he fell straight to the ground with a bang. Li Jianqi's head fell down. His forehead was bleeding profusely. Li Jianqi was very shocked. What happened to my legs? Why aren't they listening to me? I can't run at all. I just stood up and fell down. My balance isn't that bad, right? Li Jianqi subconsciously struggled to get up from the ground. He wanted to continue running, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't stand up at all. My legs don't seem to be mine. They don't listen to me at all. Previously, Li Jianqi jumped up from the ground with the help of inertia, not the strength of his legs. Now that he wanted to stand up with the strength of his legs, he found that it was impossible. His legs didn't work at all. My legs. What happened to my legs? Li Jianqi's face showed a look of fear. Why can't I move my legs? You are quite dishonest, aren't you? Do you want to run away? Yang Ming looked at Li Jianqi with a smile. I don't want to. Li Jianqi saw Yang Ming's mocking expression and finally understood. This must be Yang Ming's doing. Otherwise, when I was running away, it was impossible for Yang Ming to not be nervous at all. He didn't even stop me. Since you don't want to run away, what were you doing just now? Yang Ming sneered and asked. I just felt that I had recovered. I wanted to exercise. Yes, exercise. Li Jianqi said seriously. Well, I don't care if you want to exercise or run away. Don't talk so much nonsense. Are you going to pay? As Yang Ming spoke, he raised his eyebrows and reached out to grab Li Jianqi. Li Jianqi was shocked by Yang Ming's action. He thought that Yang Ming was going to do something similar to what he did before. How could he bear it? Thinking of this, Li Jianqi shivered and said, Don't come over. I'll make a call and transfer the money. Then hurry up. My time is precious. I don't have time to waste with you. Yang Ming frowned and looked at Li Jianqi. Okay. Li Jianqi quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed his Swiss bank number. Then, he asked Yang Ming carefully, Sir, what is your account number? My account number is XXXX. Yang Ming casually reported his Swiss bank account number to Li Jianqi. After Li Jianqi wrote it down, he quickly transferred $2 million. It was enough to buy 4 cars. He was really scared and wanted to get rid of Yang Ming as soon as possible. Sir, I have transferred $2 million to you. Please check. Li Jianqi said carefully. It is enough to buy 4 cars. Do you think it's enough? No need to check. Lu Yezi, I'll leave this person to you. Yang Ming said to Lu Yezi beside him without looking at Li Jianqi. Okay. Lu Yezi also breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved that Yang Ming handed the person over to him. However, he still asked, Mr. Yang, Li Jianqi's legs, I sealed his acupuncture points. He will be able to unseal them by himself after 48 hours. Yang Ming explained, I don't think you need to unseal them for him now, right? So that he won't run away again. That's true. Lu Yezi listened to Yang Ming's explanation. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to unseal Li Jianqi's acupuncture points. It was better that this guy couldn't run away. So, he didn't have to worry about him. Okay, I'm going to play with my friends. You can go back and report. If there's a chance to go back to China, I will treat you to a drink. Yang Ming smiled and waved at Lu Yezi. I will treat you. You have helped me a lot this time. When we meet again, we won't stop until we are drunk. Lu Yezi said generously. When you say this sentence, you are quite manly. Yang Ming smiled and teased. Otherwise, you are too much of a fake girl. Damn. Lu Yezi's face suddenly turned black. He almost fainted. He smiled bitterly and left with Li Jianqi. Chapter 1778. Binzi, come over. The matter has been settled. After Yang Ming waited for Lu Yezi to leave, he waved to Zhang Bin, who was hiding behind a car not far away. Only then did Zhang Bing run over. Boss, was it the police who caught the thief just now? Damn, that was so exciting. That guy was tortured to death by you. It was so satisfying. Wasn't it to give you money for a car? Yang Ming pointed to the smashed part of the Porsche and smiled. You just wanted a car, and someone gave you money. Your luck is extraordinary. Moreover, this kid gave you $2 million, which is enough for you to buy 4 cars. No way, this kid is so generous. When Yang Ming and Li Jianqi were talking, Zhang Bin was far away. He could only watch Li Jianxi being tortured to death by Yang Ming. He didn't hear what they said clearly. Zhang Bin was quite self-aware. He knew that the situation was critical, so he hid himself. He was afraid that he would cause trouble for Yang Ming when he went over. Yang Ming still had to protect him, so he waited until the matter was over before he showed up. After we go back, I will transfer the money to your account. You can buy whatever car you want, said Yang Ming. Damn, bro, you are so generous. Zhang Bin danced with excitement. But this kid is also generous. He gave me $2 million directly? He didn't want to give it. If he didn't give it, he would have left. Yang Ming smiled. That's true. By the way, bro, what trick did you use before? I saw that you didn't touch him much, but he rolled on the ground. After that, you touched him a few more times, and he returned to normal. However, his legs didn't seem to work well. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. Isn't that too awesome? Zhang Bin felt very excited when he thought about it. Acupuncture point. Yang Ming didn't hide anything from Zhang Bin. Since he asked, Yang Ming told the truth. During this time, Yang Ming also thought it through. He was going to Yunnan soon, so there was no need to hide these things from the people around him. If they wanted to know, he would tell them. Acupuncture point? Zhang Bin suddenly opened his mouth wide. He said in surprise, Bro, is it really acupuncture point? It can't be, right? Isn't this something that only the legendary martial arts masters can do? By the way, I still don't understand one thing. I didn't have time to ask. Bro, how did you kill those 4 people in the hotel nightclub? Those 4 people. It's like hitting their acupoints through the air. I used a little thing that is hard to detect and hit them. Yang Ming explained. So that's how it is. He hesitated, and said, Bro, can you teach me? Sure. Yang Ming smiled. As long as you want to learn, I can teach you at any time. I will give you a picture book later. You can write down the location, name, and function of all the acupuncture points in the human body. Ugh, so complicated? Zhang Bin felt a little headache when he heard it. Is there anything simpler? This is the most basic. When I first learned it, it was very painful. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. How can there be a shortcut for this kind of thing? Then forget it. With you protecting me, bro, I don't need to learn this. It's so tiring. Zhang Bin gave up the idea of learning. In his opinion, this was too troublesome. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. I can protect Zhang Bin for a while, but I can't protect him all the time in the future. He still has to rely on himself in the future. However, it was indeed unrealistic to let Zhang Bin learn acupuncture points and kung fu. So after Zhang Bin gave up, Yang Ming didn't persuade him. This kind of thing had to be practiced by oneself. It was useless for others to say it. Let's go to the nightclub. Yang Ming looked at the smashed car and shook his head. Forget it. I'm not going. My heart is itching for a sports car. I'll go back and look at the model and style online. With $2 million, I don't have to buy a 911. I can buy other cars. Zhang Bin had something in his mind, so naturally, he couldn't play happily. Yang Ming smiled helplessly. Okay, it just so happens that the central control switch of this car is broken. I don't feel at ease leaving it here. Although it's not my car, it's not good to lose it. Hey bro, let me drive. Let me have some fun. Maybe if I don't buy this car, I won't be able to drive it in the future. Zhang Bin took the lead and sat in the driver's seat. Zhang Bin got in the car, but he wasn't in a hurry to go back to the hotel. Zhang Bin's love for cars had reached a level. Otherwise, when he first bought a car, he wouldn't have been excited for a long time. He even dragged Yang Ming to check on the website of Motorhome. The roads of Las Vegas were wide, and it was easier to drive. Zhang Bin was naturally very comfortable driving the sports car on the road. Yang Ming didn't disturb him and sat quietly by the side. Bro, I seem to be lost. Zhang Bin went in a few circles and said carefully to Yang Ming with a bitter face. Damn, are you lost? I thought you were enjoying it, driving here. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin and was somewhat speechless. I initially drove here, but later, when I was going to go back, I found that I couldn't find the way. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. I thought that all roads lead to Rome, but the more I went, the more confused I became. Now, I don't know where I am. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. You stopped the car. Zhangbin stopped the car by the roadside. Bro, are you going to beat me up? Get off. Yang Ming didn't answer and directly got off from the passenger seat. No way, right? Bro, are you really going to beat me up? Zhangbin looked at Yang Ming pitifully. Why would I beat you up? Let me drive. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He kicked Zhangbin. Hurry up and get in the car. Oh, okay. Zhangbin sat in the passenger seat. Yang Ming switched to the driver's seat and started the car. Zhangbin watched as Yang Ming got in the car. He didn't look at the road. He seemed to turn left and right based on his feelings. Although the roads in Las Vegas extended in all directions, they were very similar. When foreign tourists came, it was difficult to distinguish the direction, especially at night. Bro, you are? Zhangbin asked, baffled. Going back to the hotel. Yang Ming said, You know the way? Zhangbin was even more baffled. Then look at what's in front of you. Yang Ming raised his hand and pointed to the neon lights not far away. Again? Zhangbin looked in the direction that Yang Ming pointed and suddenly opened his eyes wide. No way. Hotel. The neon lights not far away were the English spelling of the Douglas Vast Hotel. In other words, Yang Ming took a few turns and returned to the hotel. Chapter 1779. Bro, you're back already? How did you find us? Zhangbin looked at Yang Ming in amazement. Now, his admiration for his bro was simply incomparable. I have always remembered the road. No matter how you turn, I remember it. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Remembering the road was one of the necessary cultivation for an assassin. Only by remembering the road could one prepare a way out for themselves. Otherwise, whether the assassination was successful or not, one must quickly evacuate. An assassin without a way out would easily lose his life. As the successor of the king of assassins, Yang Ming naturally had to leave a suitable way out for himself at any moment. Danger was everywhere. The enemy hidden behind would often jump out. It was not certain when, so Yang Ming would not take it lightly even when he was driving. Remembering the road had become a natural habit of Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not need to deliberately force himself. Everything was naturally remembered. Therefore, before Zhangbin went the wrong way, Yang Ming did not have to spend much effort. He quickly found a way back and drove the car to the Douglas Vast Hotel. Bro, now I increasingly feel that you are not an ordinary person. Zhangbin sincerely admired. Fortunately, I have more foresight. I recognized you as my bro when I was in school. Otherwise, how many people want to be your underling now? They wouldn't have a chance. Heh. Yang Ming listened to Zhangbin's words and couldn't help but smile. In fact, there are some details in life. As long as you pay attention, there is nothing that you can't remember. These are very simple things. There is no difficulty. Forget it. With my brain, I still can't remember. Zhangbin shook his head. Not to mention this foreign country. Even in Songjiang City, it is difficult for me to remember the roads that I don't often take. Oh, but I have a good idea. Yang Ming said with a smile after listening. Bro, do you have any tricks? Tell me quickly. Do you need to use your brain? Zhangbin asked quickly. No, not at all. Yang Ming shook his head. That's good. It suits me. Zhangbin nodded with interest. Bro, tell me quickly. What's going on? You buy a navigation device, download a world map, and then it's okay, said Yang Ming. Zhangbin was stunned and immediately knew that he was fooled by Yang Ming. Seeing Yang Ming smirk, Zhangbin said bitterly, Bro, you make fun of me. I'm serious. Damn. Zhangbin looked at the navigation device in the car and almost fell down. So there's a navigation device in this car? Then why did I waste my energy going around in circles? If I had turned on a navigation device earlier, I would have found everything. So, I'm telling you to be good at observing the details around you. Yang Ming turned off the navigation device and parked the car at the entrance of the Douglas Vast Hotel. He didn't say anything more and got out of the car directly. Zhangbin looked at the navigation device in the car and sighed. I'm still far behind Yang Ming. When Yang Ming entered the Douglas Vast Hotel, Batterton had sharp eyes and immediately walked over to greet him. Batterton, didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Why aren't you asleep yet? It's already 4 o'clock in the morning, right? Yang Ming was stunned. He saw an old man sitting on the sofa from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, he saw Batterton coming over, so he stood up and walked over. Yang Ming roughly guessed why Batterton was in the hotel lobby waiting for him to come back. This old man was probably the family master of the Nanchang family, Jotuns. Yang Ming's guess was naturally correct. This old man was the family master of the Nanchang family, Jotuns. He rushed to Las Vegas overnight and came to the Douglas Vast Hotel. Batterton naturally greeted him respectfully, but told him that Yang Ming had gone out. Before he left, he told him to wait for him in the hotel lobby. Since Jotuns knew how powerful Yang Ming was, Jotuns had come this time with humble thoughts. Even his backer, Miss Alice, had affirmed Yang Ming's power. It seemed that she did not intend to get involved in this matter. She just wanted him to apologize to Yang Ming. In other words, if Yang Ming did not forgive him and vented his anger on the Nanchang family, Miss Alice might not intervene. So, Jotun's only hope was to pray for Yang Ming's forgiveness. Therefore, after Jotuns listened to Batterton's message, not only was he not angry, but he also sat in the lobby of the Douglas Vast Hotel obediently, quietly waiting for Yang Ming to come back. Although Jotuns came with a sincere intention to admit his mistake, he was the family master of the Nanchang family after all. He was sitting in the hotel lobby waiting for Yang Ming. Batterton couldn't just leave him there, right? So, Batterton had no choice but to accompany Jotuns in the lobby. Jotuns was naturally happy to have someone to accompany him. He wanted to know Yang Ming's temper and personality in advance, but no one asked about it. Since Batterton was here, he asked Batterton about Yang Ming. Batterton did not hide anything. He did not have to hide anything from Jotuns. The guillotine gang was destroyed by Yang Ming. Jotuns also had a certain understanding of Yang Ming's strength. So Batterton simply told Jotuns about how the street racer gang had provoked Yang Ming and how Yang Ming had killed 4 people with his mind in an instant without making a move. Jotuns was shocked when he heard that Yang Ming could kill people without making a move. He did not think that Batterton would lie to him. There was no need to lie to people at their level. Therefore, what Batterton said could only be the truth. However, isn't this too shocking? However, after thinking about it, Yang Ming could destroy the Lancer family overnight, so it was not so shocking. If a person with such power was not powerful, then Jotuns would not believe it. In addition to being horrified, Jotuns also felt that his action of apologizing to Yang Ming this time was very correct. If he did not come, the Nanchang family would probably be annihilated in the next moment. Jotuns also learned about the matter between the Douglas family and Yang Ming, but he was a little puzzled. Why is Yang Ming now involved with the Douglas family? Weren't they enemies before? Their relationship seems to be good now. However, no matter what, this was still an exciting piece of news. Chapter 1780. This showed that Yang Ming wasn't the kind of narrow-minded person who was calculative and narrow-minded. From the matter of the Douglas family, it could be seen that Yang Ming was the kind of person who would let people off whenever possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay in the Douglas family's hotel and get along so well with the Douglas family. If Yang Ming was unforgiving, it was hard for Jotuns to imagine if the Douglas family would still be so glorious. Therefore, this also filled Jotuns with confidence in the negotiation and compromise after seeing Yang Ming. Seeing the current situation of the Douglas family, Jotuns knew that everything was negotiable. As long as he lowered his stance and offered sufficiently generous conditions, he believed that this matter could still be resolved. Although Jotuns did not know Yang Ming, when he suddenly saw Batterton stand up, Jotuns also understood that Yang Ming was back. Otherwise, who else in the city could make Batterton so attentive? Sure enough, Jotun's guess was right. Batterton called out Yang Ming's identity. "Mr. Yang, you are back. The family master of the Nanchang family, Jotuns, has arrived and is waiting for you to come back." At this time, Jotuns had already walked over and tried to make his expression look more respectful. He enthusiastically extended his hand. "Mr. Yang, hello. I am the family master of the Nanchang family, Jotuns." Yang Ming glanced at Jotuns faintly but did not shake his hand. I'm going back to my room to take a shower. Come to my room in half an hour. After that, Yang Ming turned around and walked straight to the elevator without looking at Jotuns again. Zhangbin looked at Jotuns, then looked at Batterton, but did not say anything. He quickly followed Yang Ming and went into the elevator together. Batterton's heart tightened slightly. He didn't know if Yang Ming's arrogant attitude would annoy Jotuns. In any case, Jotuns was the head of a big family and had a high status in Europe. But now, he was being looked down upon by Yang Ming like a nobody. If it was anyone else, they would feel unhappy. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't know Yang Ming's true strength. Batterton asked himself that even if Yang Ming humiliated him, he wouldn't feel anything. Instead, he felt that he must have done something wrong. But Jotuns, thinking of this, Batterton looked at Jotuns, only to find that there was no trace of displeasure on Jotuns' face. He was still so respectful. He humbly lowered his head and said carefully, "Yes, Mr. Yang. You go ahead. I will be there on time in half an hour." Batterton shook his head. "It seems that I'm overthinking. I'm worried about nothing. Jotuns is not a fool. How can he not know how powerful it is? If he was angry just because of Yang Ming's contempt, he wouldn't have waited for Yang Ming in the hotel lobby for so long. If the head of a big family can do this, what else can't he do?" "Bro, who is that old man just now? I heard you say that he is the head of the Nanqing family?" After entering the elevator, Zhangbin couldn't help but ask. "In the Nanqing casino you went to before is their family's business. It's just a small business." Yang Ming nodded and said, "If I don't teach this old thing a lesson, he won't know where he is from." Zhangbin was horrified. Although he didn't know the identity of the Nanqing family's head, since he could be called the head of the family, and Yang Ming said that the Nanqing casino was just a small business of his family, then this family head must be extraordinary. Such a character was treated like a clown by Yang Ming without any complaints. Then there were only two possibilities. One was that this person's temper was too good, but Zhangbin wouldn't believe it. As a superior, who would believe that he had such a good temper? The second possibility was that this Jotuns was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Yang Ming was too strong, and he couldn't resist at all. Of course, this was more likely. "Don't worry about him. Go back and have a good rest. I will deal with this guy later." Yang Ming patted Zhangbin's shoulder. "Don't you want to choose a car? Go back and look online." Zhangbin also knew that Yang Ming didn't want him to participate too much in these things. After all, these things were not good. Yang Ming could control them, but they were too far away from him. He still had to live in his own circle. Back in the room, Yang Ming took a hot shower, watched TV for a while, and made himself a cup of coffee. Then, he slowly came to the door. The time it took was far more than half an hour. Yang Ming opened the door and saw Jotuns standing respectfully not far from his door. Apparently, he had been there for a long time, but he didn't knock on the door to disturb him. "You can come in." Yang Ming was satisfied with Jotuns' action. He had passed the first hurdle. If Jotuns was sensible and gave up some benefits, Yang Ming wouldn't mind letting the Nanqing family go. Of course, it all depended on Jotun's attitude. "Yes, Mr. Yang." Jotuns nodded and carefully followed Yang Ming into the room, but when he walked to the door, he stopped. "Mr. Yang, do you need to change your slippers?" "No need." Yang Ming waved his hand. "This room is not my home. It's not necessary." "Okay." Jotuns then walked into Yang Ming's room, but he didn't dare to sit on the sofa. He just stood respectfully. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He turned and went into his room. After a while, he came out with a cup of coffee. Seeing that Jotuns was still standing there with his previous posture, Yang Ming smiled faintly. It was really difficult for this old man. "Sit down." Yang Ming raised the coffee cup and signaled that Jotuns could sit down. Jotuns carefully sat on the sofa in the suite's living room, but he didn't dare to sit down. Instead, he sat with half of his butt on the sofa and his body upright like a primary school student in class. "Do you want coffee?" Yang Ming asked faintly. "Thank you, but don't bother." Jotuns naturally didn't dare to ask Yang Ming to make coffee for him. He also understood that Yang Ming was just being polite and didn't really want to make coffee for him. "Okay, since that's the case, I won't say much nonsense. It was already late, and Yang Ming didn't want to waste time with Jotuns. Let's get to the point. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. Jotun stood up and bowed to Yang Ming, then said, "Please forgive me for my previous offense. The guillotine gang incident was not my intention. It was Govisik's idea. However, as the family master, I am willing to bear all the responsibility. Please punish me, Mr. Yang." Chapter 1781. You're quite a hoodlum. Yang Ming saw that Jotun's attitude was good, so he gestured with his hand, "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Jotuns nodded and sat down. "Class is dead. I don't want to ask who ordered him and who sent him. I don't want to know." Yang Ming glanced at Jotuns. "Now let's just talk about the Nanxing family's problem." Jotuns breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yang Ming's words. He was most afraid that Yang Ming would get to the bottom of this matter and ask about the details of class, as well as who introduced this person to him. As a result, Jotuns was in a bit of a dilemma. Miss Alice's matter could not be said casually. If Yang Ming wanted to ask, he could only hold on and not say anything. But Yang Ming did not pursue this matter, so Jotuns was naturally happy not to mention it. "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Jotuns had said the same sentence before. He had to be careful and respectful because of Yang Ming's pressure. But now this sentence came from the bottom of his heart. He felt that Yang Ming was really broad-minded and would not fuss over small things. "Okay." Yang Ming waved his hand and said lightly, "Don't think that this matter can be settled easily." "Yes, I know. Of course I know." Jotuns nodded and said quickly, "I won't pursue class's matter, but the matter of your Nanxing family is not over yet." Yang Ming said, "You see that the Douglas family is getting along well with me now, but do you know what price they have paid?" "I'm all ears." Jotuns was slightly stunned, and then he figured out his previous doubts. No wonder the relationship between the Douglas family and Yang Ming seems to be very harmonious. It turns out that they have paid a certain price. Otherwise, the previous conflict between Yang Ming and the Lancer family was caused by the Douglas family. Yang Ming destroyed the Lancer family, but became closer to the Douglas family. This made Jotuns very puzzled. However, this Douglas family is quite smart. They know how to make a prompt decision. They are lucky that they did not die. They are really lucky. All the Douglas vast hotels in China will be sold. Yang Ming smiled. "This matter is not a secret. I believe you have heard about it, oh? It was said that it was acquired as a whole. It turned out to be like this. No wonder." Jotuns suddenly understood. "I was wondering why the Douglas family would suddenly sell all the hotels in China. I was puzzled at first. This is obviously a profitable industry, and the Douglas family is developing the hotel industry in Asia. Why did they suddenly give up halfway? It turns out to be like this. Previously, there were many people like Jotuns who were extremely curious about this matter. There were also those who were familiar with the Douglas family, and they secretly asked the Douglas family what was going on. However, the members of the Douglas family surprisingly maintained a consistent tone, and they all expressed that this was for the overall plan of the family. However, they couldn't explain the specific plan. Although the various signs were suspicious, there was no way to see the truth. Hence, they could only believe the Douglas family's explanation for the time being. At this time, Jotuns finally understood the truth of the Douglas family's hotel industry in China being sold. It turned out that it was ceded as compensation. This was a big deal. "I can also give up our family's industry in China," Jotun said subconsciously after knowing the truth. "Oh," Yang Ming snorted after listening. "As far as I know, the Nanxing family's industry in China, besides the casino in Macau, what else is there?" "This." Jotuns was a little embarrassed. He said this before not to play a trick, but because Yang Ming said that the Douglas family could give up some benefits, the Nanxing family could also give up these benefits. He said this to reassure Yang Ming, but he did not expect it to backfire. It made people think that he was playing a trick. Although he also gave up all the industries in China, the Douglas family gave up the property rights of dozens of hotels, and he only gave up a casino in Macau. The gap between the two was not small. "Mr. Yang, you know that I don't mean that." I just want to show that if the Douglas family can do it, our Nanchung family can do it too, and we can do it better. Jotun was afraid that Yang Ming would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. I know. Even if you want to give me a casino, I won't accept it so easily, Yang Ming said with a blank expression. Mr. Yang, I was just expressing my opinion. What I mean is that our Nanching family can only give more benefits than the Douglas family, Jotun said. We operate the entertainment industry in many countries around the world. I can also give up a part of it as my compensation to you. Many countries around the world? Do you think I have the energy to go abroad and take over your entertainment industry? Yang Ming shrugged. Let's be realistic. I went to casinos in Macau and Las Vegas. Of course, I won't stop you from opening a second one. If you have money, you can invest again. I won't restrict you. Originally, when Jotun heard that Yang Ming wanted the casinos in these two places, his heart tightened. These two places were known as the world's gambling cities. The casinos here were also the most profitable. If they were taken away by Yang Ming, the Nanching family would definitely not have an easy time in the future. However, when he heard that Yang Ming did not restrict them from reopening casinos in these two places, Jotun breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly grateful. It seemed that Yang Ming was the kind of person he imagined. He was not a ruthless person. If this is the case, Yang Ming's condition is not excessive, and it is reasonable. But isn't this too little? There are only 2 casinos. It is far less than the benefits that the Douglas family has to pay. Therefore, Jotun was not stupid. He probably guessed that Yang Ming had not finished his words, so he said, Okay, Mr. Yang, please continue. Yang Ming nodded. He was still very satisfied with Jotun's attitude at the moment. In addition, there is also the property in Singapore. I want it. No problem, Mr. Yang. Please continue. Jotun nodded. There were only a few hotels and nightclubs in Singapore. Combined with the previous 2 casinos, they were not as valuable as the Douglas family's hotels. So Jotun knew that Yang Ming had not finished. Plus $1 billion, said Yang Ming. Other than that, there is nothing else. Chapter 1782. Okay. Jotun gritted his teeth. Although $1 billion was not a small amount, it might be less than the hotels sold by the Douglas family. So Jotun agreed. Then, about the guillotine gang, Jotun was not stupid. He knew that this was Yang Ming's punishment for the Nanching family's previous cooperation with class. Yang Ming had already given Jotun a lot of face by not investigating class's specific identity. However, this matter was over. Next, the matter of Govisic privately sending the guillotine gang to cause trouble was not over. These were 2 different things. If Jotun really thought that the previous conditions could settle this matter together, then he was not worthy of being the family master. As I said, the guillotine gang's matter has nothing to do with you. The guillotine gang has also received the punishment they deserved. I have already destroyed them. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. Since they have been destroyed, it doesn't make sense to investigate further. What do you think? Whatever Mr. Yang says, of course it is. Jotun nodded excitedly after listening. Is he not going to pursue the matter anymore? Just letting it go? However, you can forget about establishing another guillotine gang. I have already given the guillotine gang's territory to the street racer gang. Yang Ming said faintly. I have always been a man of my word. If you make another guillotine gang, maybe I can only deal with it again. To be honest, Jotun really had this idea of creating another guillotine gang. Previously, when he heard Yang Ming say that he was allowed to open another casino in Las Vegas, Jotun thought of setting up another gang. After all, if he did not have a tyrannical strength to open a casino, he would always feel that it was not safe. Therefore, Jotun thought that although the guillotine gang was destroyed, he could still form a broken arm gang or broken leg gang and take over the former territory of the guillotine gang. But when he heard Yang Ming say this, Jotun's heart immediately trembled. He knew that he could not establish such a gang again. Yang Ming's words were very clear. If he established it, he would destroy it. Mr. Yang, I will remember what you said in my heart. I will not establish a similar force again. Jotuns naturally knew how to choose. Wasn't it equivalent to courting death by going against Yang Ming? Okay, in that case, you can go. Yang Ming waved his hand. I will give you an account for the money. You could transfer it to me directly. The property rights of the industries that I want, get it done as soon as possible. The property rights are directly transferred to the Huang family in Singapore under the name of Huang Lele. I believe that their family is not unfamiliar with you. Huang, Jotuns, Mr. Yang.Mr. Mr. Yang. You don't have to probe. Yang Ming said faintly. I'm not afraid to tell you. I was the one who kicked the Nanjing casino in the previous Macau incident. Why? Does Family Master Jotuns want to talk about it? This. Jotuns' expression froze. Then he said with some embarrassment and panic, I dare not. If I knew it was Mr. Yang, I would have ordered the people in Macau not to have a conflict with the Huang family. Okay, you go and tell the Huang family. Just say that it's my idea. Yang Ming coughed twice and stood up. Jotuns knew that Yang Ming was asking him to leave, so he quickly stood up. Okay, Mr. Yang, then I will do it. After I do it, I will reply to you, no need to reply. I can see if you do it well. If you don't, you know the consequences. Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently, indicating that Jotuns could leave. Okay. Jotuns saw that Yang Ming was frowning. He knew that he was a little annoying, so he quickly left Yang Ming's room. After sending Jotuns away, Yang Ming lay directly on the bed. Although he extorted $1 billion and some of the Nanjing family's industries, Yang Ming did not feel excited at all. The Nanjing family's industries were left to Huang Lele. Even if something happened to him in the future, Huang Lele would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. In fact, with the current strength of the Huang family, Huang Lele already did not have to worry about food and clothing. Coupled with the African minerals, the Huang family had reached a higher level. However, the world was unpredictable. Who knew if another Li family would appear to trouble the Huang family after he left? Therefore, Huang Lele had some of her own industries. As long as it was not extravagant, it was enough for her to live well. As for the $1 billion that he extorted, Yang Ming was going to deposit it directly in his Swiss bank account. Before he left, he would tell his parents the account number and password in case they needed it. At this point, his trip to Las Vegas had come to an end. The next evening, Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, Zhang Jiafeng, and Wang Mei set foot on the road back to the country. As for the car that was destroyed by Li Dianqi, Batterton naturally did not say much. He directly asked someone to drive it to the repair shop. Even if Yang Ming smashed the car into scrap iron, Batterton would still say good a few times and say that it was too refreshing. However, just as Yang Ming was on his way to the airport, his phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming took out the phone and glanced at the caller ID on it. It was transferred from China, but he could not see the specific number. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, I am Xia Bingbao. Xia Bingbao's voice came from the other side of the phone. Brother Xia, what's the matter? Yang Ming was a little puzzled as to why Xia Bingbao would call him at this time. Yang Ming, where are you now? Xia Bingbao asked in a hurry. Brother Xia, I am in Las Vegas, but I will be at the airport soon. My flight is tonight, and I'm going back to China, said Yang Ming. Great. Xia Bingbao was relieved after hearing Yang Ming's words. You haven't left yet, so don't leave first. There is something. And Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Previously, you helped our Supernatural Investigation Bureau to make a contribution. You helped the field team catch our wanted criminal, Li Dianqi. You have brought honor to our Secret Service team leader. Xia Bingbao smiled proudly as he said this. Li Dianqi? Field team? Yang Ming was stunned. He immediately thought of Liu Yezi from before. Liu Yezi should belong to the field team. He should have already reported that he met Yang Ming and helped him catch Li Dianqi. Otherwise, it was impossible for Xia Bingbao to know about this since he was so far away. Yang Ming also learned for the first time that the department he belonged to was called the Secret Service Team. Chapter 1783. Our department is called the Secret Service Team. It was really bad luck. Yang Ming had been in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau for a long time, but he still didn't know which department he belonged to. You don't know? Xiao Bingbao was also stunned. Obviously, he was very puzzled that Yang Ming didn't know which department he belonged to. You didn't tell me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Well, consider that I didn't say it, but I still don't know what to say to you. Xiao Bingbao smiled even more bitterly. What's wrong? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. I really didn't seem to have said it. Xiao Bingbao said, but Yang Ming, I've already given up to you. On the ID, it says which department you belong to. Haven't you seen it? I didn't look carefully. Yang Ming touched his chin and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You win. Xiao Bingbao was speechless. Well, I wanted to praise you, but now I'm not in the mood. You have disappointed me. Hey, it's not a good thing to be praised by you. You always like to compliment first and then look for trouble. I won't be fooled. Yang Ming laughed. Huh. Xiao Bingbao's thoughts were seen through by Yang Ming. He smiled and said, You guessed right. I called you this time because I have a mission for you. You see, what did I say before? It's definitely not a good thing. Yang Ming sighed. I say, old Xia, didn't we agree? Before going to Yunnan, I won't do any more missions. Why did you change your mind? You don't want me to go to Yunnan? Or do you want to cheat? Cough, cough. This is not to stop you from going to Yunnan. Xiao Bingbao coughed twice. Then, you want to cheat? Asked Yang Ming. Xiao Bingbao was choked by Yang Ming. Yang Ming, this matter is a last-minute decision. You happen to be in Las Vegas, and you were involved in this matter before. So, it is more appropriate for you to go. If we send someone over, it will be too late. Secondly, there is really no one more suitable than you. In other words, I have to accept it? Yang Ming was a little helpless. It seemed that he couldn't return to China immediately. In theory, yes, Li Yao said. Xiao Bingbao nodded. However, this is also for your own good. It is for you and Lu Yezi to get along well. Breaking in? Me and him? Boss, I don't have a broken back, although he does look a little feminine. Yang Ming was shocked. Yang Ming, what nonsense are you thinking? Xiao Bingbao was speechless. What I mean is, you should cooperate with Lu Yezi. He is one of your companions on the trip to Yunnan. He is also the expert that I said will cooperate with you. It's him? Yang Ming was stunned. According to Xiao Bingbao's words, the expert who cooperated with him seemed to be quite powerful. He was not easy to get along with, but he didn't expect it to be Lu Yezi. This person doesn't seem to be difficult to talk to, right? It's him. Xiao Bingbao said affirmatively. He is the ace of the field team, so he was sent to carry out this mission. And you are the ace of our Secret Service team. You can cooperate with him this time, and he will cooperate with you next time. Damn, since you said so, then I can only accept it. When Yang Ming heard that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan with him, he decided to agree to Xiao Bingbao's mission this time. After all, the person he was helping this time was the person who would go to Yunnan with him after a while. Yang Ming naturally had to get in touch with him more. That's right. Don't lose face for our Secret Service team. Xiao Bingbao said happily when he heard Yang Ming agree. Okay, Yang Ming said. What is the mission this time? Didn't we catch that Li Dianqi? What's the problem? This. You should let Lu Yezi tell you the specific mission after you meet him. After all, this is their field team's matter. I can't relay it, said Xiao Bingbao. All right. In that case, I will contact Lu Yezi. Yang Ming agreed. I will give you Lu Yezi's contact information. You can contact him directly. His superior has already told him that you are going to cooperate with him. Xiao Bingbao said, His phone number is XXXXX. I have noted it down. Yang Ming remembered the number in his heart and said, I will hang up first. If there is anything, report to me at any time. Xiao Bingbao instructed. Understood. Yang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Yang Ming was sitting at the back of the Golden Bull's minivan at the moment. His voice was relatively low, so Zhang Bin, Zhang Jiefeng, and Wang Mei, who were in front, did not hear what Yang Ming said on the phone. Zhang Bin, when we arrive at the airport, you, Uncle Zhang, and Wang Mei will board the plane and go back to China first. I still have some other things to do here, so I can't go with you. After Yang Ming hung up the phone, He first saved Zhang Bin's phone number in his phone book and then said to Zhang Bin, bro, you're not going back with us? Zhang Bin was stunned after listening. They were almost at the airport, but Yang Ming just answered a phone call and said that he would not go back. I still have some things to do here. Don't worry. I will transfer the money for your car to your account through online banking when you go back. It won't delay your car purchase. Yang Ming smiled. Bro, I don't mean that. Zhang Bin waved his hand again and again. Bro, how am I such a person? I'm just a little worried. Aren't you done with your things here? Why do you still want to stay here? Zhang Bin's words made Yang Ming feel a little touched. He smiled and said, Don't worry. It's nothing. It's not about the Nanxing family. It's about other things. It has nothing to do with our purpose of coming to Las Vegas this time. If that's the case, well, bro, be careful. I will wait for you in China. Zhang Bin said affectionately. You brat. Yang Ming scolded him with a smile. After sending Zhang Bin, Zhang Jiefeng, and Wang Mei to the airport, Yang Ming watched them enter the international departure channel. Then he got in the car. Mr. Yang, where are you going now? Asked Golden Bull. I'll make a call and ask first. Yang Ming didn't need to avoid Golden Bull at this moment. He picked up the phone and dialed Lu Yezi's number that Xia Bingbao had told him before. After the phone was dialed, it rang twice on the other side. Soon, it was answered, Hello, Lu Yezi? Asked Yang Ming. I am. May I ask who you are? Lu Yezi was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered. You are Yang Ming, Mr. Yang? It's me. When Yang Ming saw that Lu Yezi recognized his voice, he didn't say anything more. I have received a call from the higher-ups. Where are you? I'm coming over now. Forget it. Where are you? I'll go and find you. I've been living here for a few days. I'm afraid that it's not safe to be targeted. I just want to change hotels. Lu Yezi hesitated and said. Chapter 1784. That's fine too. I was staying at the Douglas Vast Hotel before. I was about to board the plane when I received a call from the higher-ups. I'm on my way back now. If you arrive first, wait for me, said Yang Ming. Okay, see you later. Lu Yezi didn't say much and agreed directly. After hanging up the phone with Lu Yezi, Yang Ming told Golden Bull, Let's go back to the hotel. Okay, Mr. Yang. Golden Bull nodded, started the car, and returned to the Douglas Vast Hotel on the original route. Back at the hotel, the waiter at the front desk was a bit baffled. Although he wasn't very clear about Yang Ming's identity, he knew that the person whom the boss was so respectful to was definitely not an ordinary person. So, after seeing Yang Ming, he immediately dialed Batterton's number. Batterton was very happy now. He was in the office, playing games with his secretary. Yang Ming's visit this time had established a relatively harmonious relationship with Yang Ming. Even the family master, Kaik, was impressed by him. Batterton's position in Las Vegas could not be more stable now. No one in the family could replace him. Not only that, but he also gained the absolute friendship of the Street Racer Gang. In the past, Batterton and the Street Racer Gang were only based on interests. If Batterton hadn't paid a certain amount of sponsorship fees to the Street Racer Gang every month, their relationship would not be like this. But from now on, not only did Batterton not have to give the Street Racer Gang a penny, but the Street Racer Gang was even more enthusiastic than before. As soon as Yang Ming left, the Street Racer Gang's old leader, Lang Gus Sr., invited him to have dinner together in the evening. In the future, his social status in Las Vegas will also rise. Thinking of this, Batterton's mood became more and more excited. Ring. At this moment, the phone rang. Who is it? Batterton frowned. He didn't want to answer the phone. At this time, Yang Ming had left, so Batterton was relieved. However, when he thought that he almost offended Yang Ming because he didn't answer the phone, Batterton suddenly became alert again. I should answer this call. What if something big happens? So, although Batterton was reluctant, he still picked up the phone. Hello? Who? Asked Batterton. Boss, I am York, the waiter at the front desk downstairs. Mr. Yang is back again. York was the new waiter. The previous waiter had been promoted. What? Batterton shuddered when he heard York's words. What did you say? Mr. Yang is back? Which Mr. Yang are you talking about? It's the previous Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, Yerk said. He came back with another gentleman who lived in the luxury suite on the top floor. Ah, Batterton immediately sobered up. I'll go down now. After saying that, he put on his clothes and ran downstairs, ignoring the secretary. When Yang Ming walked into the hotel lobby, he saw Yerk on the phone. He knew that York was informing Batterton, but he didn't care. After all, as a hotel waiter, he was working under Batterton. If he didn't inform Batterton immediately about his return, he would be fired. Is my previous room still available? Yang Ming walked to the front desk and asked York with a smile. Yes, Mr. Yang. Please wait a moment. I will get the room card for you. York quickly agreed and went to find a room card for Yang Ming. Since the boss respected him, Yerk naturally respected him as well. I believe the boss won't blame me for making a decision without permission, right? While they were talking, the elevator door opened and Batterton walked out. When he saw that Yang Ming was really here, he quickly trotted over. Mr. Yang, it's really you. Why are you back again? Why? Am I not welcome? Yang Ming teased with a smile. Of course not, Batterton said. I'm just a little confused. If Mr. Yang wants to come, I naturally welcome you. I want you to stay here for a long time. Batterton was speaking from the bottom of his heart. With Yang Ming here, everything would go smoothly. At that time, the family master would also think highly of him. I had something to do at the last minute, so I came back. Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay, you can go and do your work. Don't worry about me. How can that be? Batterton shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Yang, shall I send you up? It's not like I can't find the way. Okay, I said you can go and do your work. Yang Ming smiled. Then, okay. Batterton didn't leave, but stood respectfully by the side. Yang Ming didn't say anything more. He took out his phone and dialed Liu Yezi's number. I have arrived at the Douglas Vast Hotel. Where are you? I've arrived long ago, Liu Yezi said. The hotel I'm staying at is not far from this hotel. It's less than a kilometer away. So you've arrived long ago. Yang Ming suddenly thought that Liu Yezi hadn't arrived yet. Yeah, I've already booked a room in 4106. Come up and find me, said Liu Yezi. Okay, then wait for me. After Yang Ming wrote down the room number, he hung up the phone. First, he instructed Golden Bull to go back to the room on the top floor. Yang Ming went to the 4th floor to find Liu Yezi. When he came to the door of room 4106, Yang Ming knocked on the door. After a while, Yang Ming saw someone looking outside through the peephole on the door. Then, the door was opened. Hello, Mr. Yang. Please come in. After confirming that the person who came was Yang Ming, Liu Yezi opened the door and said enthusiastically. He was a very proud person. As the ace of the field team, it was understandable for him to be proud. This was also the reason why, when Xia Bingbao told Yang Ming about this, he hinted that Yang Ming was not easy to get along with. However, although Liu Yezi was proud, he admired Yang Ming more. First of all, Yang Ming's skills were not weaker than him. Secondly, Liu Yezi admired Yang Ming's acupoint sealing skills. Therefore, Liu Yezi would naturally not treat a person with strength like Yang Ming with arrogance. Yang Ming entered Liu Yezi's room and looked around. This was a standard double room. Although it was very neat and clean, the grade was obviously worse than Yang Ming's luxury suite on the top floor. Mr. Yang, I have checked carefully. There are no bugs or monitoring devices. Seeing Yang Ming looking around, Liu Yezi thought that Yang Ming was checking these things, so he explained directly. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Obviously, Liu Yezi misunderstood. I'm not checking these. I'm just looking around. This is not the place to talk. Go upstairs. I'll change your room. Change my room? Liu Yezi was stunned. He didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. Why change my room? There is nothing wrong with this room. Chapter 1785. Yang Ming smiled. I didn't say that there's anything wrong with this room. This room is okay, but the sound insulation is not as good as those luxury rooms. Moreover, there are people coming and going here, so it's not convenient to talk. Luxury room? I heard that this is the designated conference hotel for the International Jewelry Festival. Now it's full. Someone just happened to check out of my room, so I booked it, Liu Yezi said with some doubts. I know the owner of this hotel. They have a luxury room on the top floor. You'll know when you go up. Yang Ming smiled. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a relationship. Liu Yezi was a little surprised, but for someone who could be called the top figure in the Secret Service team, this was nothing. Liu Yezi had learned about Yang Ming's identity and background through his superiors. It was said that he was an S-class secret master. Masters of this level, in addition to reaching the peak of martial arts, were some mysterious people with special abilities. Liu Yezi was not sure whether Yang Ming was a martial arts master or a special ability master, but now it seemed that Yang Ming's skills were good, so he was somewhat inclined to be a martial arts master. Otherwise, why would I stay here? This hotel is luxurious, but there are too many people. Yang Ming smiled and shrugged. Liu Yezi didn't say much and quickly packed his luggage. His luggage was only a handbag and a laptop. There were no long-winded things. When he went out, Liu Yezi thought of something. I'll call the service desk and check out of the room. Don't bother. Yang Ming waved his hand. Brother, our field team's funds are very tight. This hotel costs more than $100 a day. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't refund it? Liu Yezi shook his head again and again, looking very stingy. I'm not as rich as you. My family doesn't give me money, so I only rely on my salary and funds. I'm not like you, who can casually extort $1 million from a random person. Sweat. Yang Ming listened to Liu Yezi's nagging and couldn't help but sweat. I mean, you don't have to check out of this room yourself. When you go up later, just call the waiter and let him handle it. Doesn't he do ward rounds? Liu Yezi was stunned. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I already said that I know their boss. Let's go. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Only then did Liu Yezi carry his things out of the room and get into the elevator with Yang Ming. Although there was no one else in the elevator, Liu Yezi didn't say anything else. He was obviously very careful. When they reached the top floor and exited the elevator, Yang Ming smiled and said, Tell me, what's the deal with this mission? Here, let's talk about it after we enter the room. Liu Yezi hesitated. There's only one room on this floor. It's one of my men. Yang Ming pointed to Golden Bull's room and said, There is no one in the other rooms. On this floor, the waiter will not come up without permission. Liu Yezi had already checked the corridor and found that the cameras were turned off. There were no bugs or anything like that. He couldn't help but nod. It seemed that Yang Ming was right. There was no problem talking here. The thing in Li Dianqi's hand has been handed over. We must get this thing back. Liu Yezi said, The other party's people are very strong. I'm not sure, so I applied for support from the higher-ups. The higher-ups sent you directly. Oh, be more specific. What's going on? Yang Ming frowned. Although he could hear some general information from Liu Yezi's words, Yang Ming still needed to know some specific information. Speaking of it, the root of all this is because of you. Liu Yezi sighed and looked at Yang Ming with some banter. Me? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming was stunned. This seems to be my first time seeing Li Dianqi, right? It's still related. In fact, this is the case. Liu Yezi explained to Yang Ming. Li Dianqi is a researcher in one of our military research institutes. His research direction is the potential of the human body. After Chen Afu was captured by you, he has been cooperating with the people in the research institute to study this topic. The researchers got inspiration from his voodoo and made an important breakthrough in bacteriology. This is a top scientific topic. Once the research is successful, it may be possible to use the characteristics and principles of voodoo to create powerful biochemical weapons. Ugh. Then this result was brought out by Li Dianqi. Yang Ming roughly understood Liu Yezi's meaning. Although this matter was somewhat related to him, he couldn't blame it on him. Yes, although the research results were not the final results, they were still confidential. Li Dianqi sold it to a research institute in Europe. Las Vegas was the place where they delivered the goods. If it was one step earlier, Li Dianqi would not have sold it. AI, it's all my fault. I haven't been able to catch up with him. Liu Yezi sighed. As a result, This kid sold the research results in Las Vegas. You mean, you want me to help you find what he handed over? Yang Ming completely understood Lu Yezi's meaning this time. But are you sure this information hasn't been sent out yet? Now that the internet was so developed, it was just a piece of information. It could be sent out quickly in just a few seconds. It won't. Lu Yezi shook his head confidently. This information is stored in an encrypted chip. He must send the chip back to the Research Institute to crack it. Only then can he get the information inside. He can't see what's inside the chip if he holds it alone. So that's how it is. Yang Ming nodded. In this case, it was possible that this thing was still in Las Vegas. It was impossible to mail out such a valuable thing. Moreover, I am sure that the person who contacted Li Dianqi is still in Las Vegas. It's just that his skills are so good that I am not his opponent. Lu Yezi sighed. You fought with him? Yang Ming frowned. Wouldn't this alert the enemy? Of course, I'm not that stupid. Lu Yezi said. The person who fought with him was also from our field team. He was my assistant. The situation at that time was like this. We followed him to the hotel where he stayed. In a restaurant downstairs of his hotel, my assistant disguised himself as a punk. When he was in the toilet, he had a conflict with him, but he was soon knocked to the ground by him. Although my assistant's kung fu was not as good as mine, he was not weak either. He was knocked down in a few moves and broke his arm. I asked myself that I was not that person's opponent. Is he very good at fighting? Yang Ming nodded after listening and asked. Chapter 1786. If he can just fight, then forget it, but Lu Yezi showed a strange expression on his face. But what? Yang Ming was a little baffled. But the key problem is that after my assistant was knocked to the ground, he pulled out a pistol and shot at him in a hurry. But Lu Yezi hesitated again when he said this, and stopped talking. But what? I say, Lu Yezi, you aren't such a hesitant person, right? Why is it so hard to talk? Yang Ming was a little impatient by Lu Yezi. He glared and said anxiously, I said it, but don't you believe me? Lu Yezi lowered his voice. I believe you. Go ahead. Yang Ming found that Lu Yezi was really indecisive. This guy is invulnerable. The bullet hit his forehead and actually bounced off. Lu Yezi said, Can you imagine? A person's head is actually stronger than a bullet. Is this possible? Invulnerable? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. The bullet bounced off his head. Seeing Yang Ming's astonished expression, Lu Yezi thought that Yang Ming didn't believe it. He smiled bitterly. I already said that it's hard to believe. I told you not to believe me. But what I said is true. I didn't say that I didn't believe it. Yang Ming shook his head. Yang Ming was astonished because he thought of a person. This person is Jetson, the superhuman-like monster I saw in a Lancer family. Could it be that the person Lu Yezi met is also related to Jetson? Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly asked, Where is Li Dianqi? In our field team, 3's stronghold here. Lu Yezi said, We are going to secretly send him back to China. Why? Is there a problem? Did he say which organization or individual this chip with information was sold to? Asked Yang Ming. I didn't have time to ask about this. I only asked who he gave the chip to. Then I quickly brought people to intercept him. As for whether the people over there have asked about it, I don't know yet. Lu Yezi said, Why? Is this matter very important? I just want to confirm. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment and said, In the past, I fought with someone like this, so I'm not sure if the person you're talking about is from the same place as that person. What? Have you fought with such people before? Lu Yezi's eyes widened. Are you telling the truth? Is that person also invulnerable? Yang Ming nodded. That's right. The person I met was like that. Not only was he invulnerable, but his body was also like an iron wall. When I hit him, it was like hitting steel. That person then, although Lu Yezi was shocked, he did not doubt Yang Ming's words. After all, with their current identities, there was no need to brag about such things. He was killed by me, but it took a lot of effort. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shrugged. I led him to the boiler in the boiler room. Who cares what it is? Anyway, it was reheated and turned into steam. So ruthless. Lu Yezi's face showed a horrified expression. Dude, you're too fierce. You can even think of such a trick. What else can I do? That guy is a complete monster, said Yang Ming. He is invulnerable. When I hit him, it was like hitting an iron plate. I could only find a way to destroy him directly. So, these two people are very similar. Maybe there's really some connection. Lu Yezi nodded. Then we are now. Let's go and meet Li Jianxi, said Yang Ming. Okay, I will contact him now. As Lu Yezi spoke, he took out his phone and dialed number. He said that he was going to meet Li Jianxi and hung up the phone. Let's go, Mr. Yang. Lu Yezi excitedly called Yang Ming as a buddy before, but after returning to normal, he still called Yang Ming Mr. Yang. Oh, call me buddy, or just call me Yang Ming. I'm really not used to calling you Mr. Yang. Yang Ming patted Lu Yezi's shoulder. In the future, we will be brothers fighting in the trenches. I will not call you Mr. Lu. I will call you Little Yezi, okay? Lu Yezi nodded. Although the name Little Yezi was a bit feminine, his parents had called him that since he was a child. Lu Yezi was used to it. Then I will call you Yang Ming. Let's go. I have already contacted them. Where is it? Asked Yang Ming. In the suburbs, there is an abandoned car processing plant. It is our stronghold here. It is not rare for Chinese people to work in a factory like this, and it will not be eye-catching, explained Lu Yezi. Yang Ming nodded. Should I find a car? That would be great. It is safer than calling a taxi, said Lu Yezi. Yang Ming directly called Batterton and asked him to prepare a low-key, ordinary car that would not be too eye-catching. Naturally, Batterton agreed immediately. After Yang Ming and Lu Yezi went downstairs, they saw a Volkswagen Passat at the entrance of the hotel. There were many cars like this on the street. The car was not very new, but it was more suitable. Not bad. I will be using this car for the time being. Yang Ming took the car keys from Batterton's hand with satisfaction. Batterton was relieved and beamed. He had been speculating about Yang Ming's thoughts before. Although Yang Ming did not say anything about the sports car, Batterton could see that Yang Ming was still not very satisfied. So this time, when Yang Ming said it, he followed Yang Ming's instructions and got a Volkswagen Passat that was neither new nor old. It was low-key, but it was very comfortable to drive. It seemed that he had done the right thing. You drive. Yang Ming handed the car keys to Lu Yezi. Lu Yezi did not refuse. He took the keys and got in the car. After all, only he knew about the abandoned car processing plant. Yang Ming could not find it if he drove. They arrived at the abandoned factory that Lu Yezi had mentioned without any hindrance all the way to the suburbs. The front hall of the factory was for normal business. The workers were busy dismantling the abandoned cars. After Yang Ming and Lu Yezi got out of the car, a chubby man immediately walked over. Gentlemen, is there anything I can help you with? We're on the same side, Lu Yezi whispered to the chubby man. The chubby man was stunned. He glanced at Yang Ming and did not say anything. He just nodded and said, "Come with me." The chubby man was the reception manager here. In fact, he was also a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau stationed abroad. He usually did business when he had nothing to do. He had contacted Lu Yezi several times, so he naturally knew him. However, it was his first time meeting the person next to Lu Yezi. Chapter 1787. However, most of the workers in the outer hall were hired. They didn't know the power behind this treatment plant. The workers in the outer hall didn't care about Yang Ming and Lu Yezi following the fat man to the inner office. After all, those who came to discuss business will be taken to the back by the fat man. As for where they would go after that, the workers didn't know. After passing through a spacious corridor, the fat man turned and entered a small emergency passage staircase. After going down the stairs, they passed through a narrow corridor and came to the door of a storage room. The fat man knocked on the door. Naturally, the action of knocking on the door had a pattern and rhythm. It was probably a secret signal. After a while, the door of the storage room was opened. Two macho men with guns stood inside. They pointed the muzzles at Yang Ming and Lu Yezi. However, after seeing that it was Lu Yezi, the macho man who pointed the muzzle at Lu Yezi also pointed the muzzle at Yang Ming. "Sorry, this is the rule. Please show your ID." The fat man turned around and said to Yang Ming seriously, "No problem. Yang Ming was not angry. After all, the fat man was also careful. Although he was brought here by Lu Yezi, it was his first time here. There was nothing wrong with being careful. With that said, Yang Ming took out his ID and handed it to the fat man. The fat man took the ID and looked at it carefully for a while. Then, he shined the ID on a machine at the side door of the storage room. After the information displayed on the machine was completely consistent with the information on Yang Ming's ID, the fat man returned the ID to Yang Ming. The two macho men who pointed the muzzles at Yang Ming also put away the guns in their hands at this moment. Mr. Yang, welcome. I'm sorry about before. The fat man returned the ID to Yang Ming and explained again. It's nothing. I understand. Yang Ming smiled, indicating that he didn't mind. This is an expert from the Secret Service team, Yang Ming. He was the one who assisted in the arrest of Li Dianqi. Lu Yezi briefly introduced Yang Ming's identity and said to Yang Ming, "We call this guy Fatty. He is the liaison here. On the surface, his identity is the manager of this abandoned car processing plant." "Hello, Mr. Yang." The fat man extended his hand in a friendly manner. Yang Ming shook hands with him and said, "You don't have to be so polite. I'll call you Fatty too. Shall we take a look at Li Dianqi first?" "All right, please come with me." The fat man led Yang Ming and Lu Yezi into the storage room. The two big men behind him closed the door of the storage room after Yang Ming and others entered. This storage room was only the entrance to the secret passage. From a secret door in the wall of the storage room, the fat man led Yang Ming and Lu Yezi into another passage. After passing through several rugged forks, they came to a dead end. The fat man skillfully activated a hidden mechanism on the wall, and several people exited the passage. This was a very empty underground space. There were no lights, and it was dark. However, Yang Ming's eyes could see clearly that there was a car parked in the underground space. Sure enough, the fat man got in the car and turned on the headlights. The underground space was lit up. "Get in the car," said the fat man. Lu Yezi had obviously been here before. There was no surprise on his face. Yang Ming had already seen the situation inside before, so there was no doubt about it. However, Yang Ming's calmness made the fat man secretly admire him. An expert is an expert. He can remain calm at any time. "Mr. Yang, it turns out that Li Dianqi was caught with your help. When little Yezi told me, I was very surprised that there was such an expert. It's really a pity that I didn't get to see him. But now that I've seen him today, I realize that Mr. Yang is so young. You are really young and promising," said the fat man as he drove. "Ha!" Yang Ming smiled faintly, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. He quickly got up and pulled the handbrake of the car. He shouted to the fat man, "Stop the car." The fat man was shocked and subconsciously stepped on the brakes. The car stopped suddenly, but the fat man was somewhat inexplicable. "What's wrong, Mr. Yang?" "There is a problem with the road." Yang Ming frowned. "A problem? It's impossible. I have driven this road thousands of times, and the car has an automatic cruise system. It can't be wrong." If the fat man hadn't confirmed Yang Ming's identity, he wouldn't have talked to Yang Ming so nicely. This sudden change of events scared the hell out of him. Yang Ming didn't explain, but he had already jumped out of the car at this moment. He walked quickly to the front of the car, then picked up a small box from the ground. He got up and handed it directly to the fat man. "Look at it yourself." The fat man didn't expect Yang Ming to really pick up something from the ground. He took it with some doubts. After looking at it, his face changed dramatically and became extremely ugly. Who put this here?" When the fat man said this, cold sweat was already dripping down. The fat man's vision wasn't bad. This was a small bomb. The trigger switch was on it. As long as the car drove over it, it would detonate. At that time, "I don't know about this. You need to investigate it yourself." Yang Ming shrugged and said faintly. Although Yang Ming didn't doubt this fat man, what kind of person was Yang Ming? He was the new generation of assassins. He had to be careful at all times, especially in an unfamiliar environment. It was even more impossible to take it lightly. Although the fat man's car had an automatic cruise system, and it seemed that Lu Yezi had driven this road several times, Yang Ming was always vigilant and kept staring at the road in front of him. Sure enough, on the road not far away, Yang Ming found a problem. Mr. Yang, the fat man knew that he had also become a suspect. You don't have to say it. I don't doubt you. Yang Ming said, unless you want to die yourself. After this bomb is driven over, don't mention you and me, the car will explode. Thank you. The fat man was relieved after listening to Yang Ming's words. However, no matter who put this thing here, it was still in his territory. He couldn't escape the blame. Don't say it. Go and see Li Dianqi. If my guess is right, he's been killed. Yang Ming sighed. It seemed that the fat man had an internal problem. However, this was not Yang Ming's scope of responsibility after all. Yang Ming couldn't care so much. Okay. The fat man took a breath, turned off the car's cruise system, and prepared to drive himself. After all, such a thing happened. Who knew if there were similar traps on the road behind? The fat man didn't dare to take it lightly. Drive at full speed. There are no traps behind. Yang Ming saw through the fat man's thoughts and said faintly. Yang Ming was not idle before. Since he found such a trap, Yang Ming didn't dare to take his life lightly. He had already searched the road ahead with his special ability. At least there were no traps in a certain range. Even if there were traps behind, he could still make it in time to remind them. Chapter 1788. The fat man was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so confident. However, although he didn't have any special abilities, he was also a core contact member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Naturally, he knew some secrets of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Since Yang Ming was so confident, he must have his own way. Therefore, the fat man didn't ask much and slowly increased the speed of the car. He was also worried about Li Dianqi's safety. After all, since someone could put a bomb in front of the car, Li Dianqi's situation wouldn't be any better. At this moment, Yang Ming had completely lost hope that Li Dianqi was still alive. Going to take a look was just to confirm. However, Yang Ming's attention was still on the road and the possible dangers ahead. Fortunately, the person who set the ambush was overconfident, or maybe he didn't have the time and energy to set up more traps and troubles. The rest of the road was smooth and smooth. The car stopped in front of a small door. Yang Ming saw that there were at least a dozen similar small doors in this dark space. As for what was inside, Yang Ming wasn't interested in using his special ability to check them one by one. He thought that they were probably used to lock up some important people. Yang Ming just glanced inside the door in front of the car and confirmed that Li Dianqi had been killed. He is most likely dead. It doesn't matter whether we go in or not, said Yang Ming as he looked at the fat man who was using the key to open the door. This AI. The fat man also smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. He knew very well in his heart that in this case, the hope of Li Dianqi being alive was too slim. After opening the door, the fat man saw Li Dianqi motionless on the bed. His heart sank again. It seems that his guess has become a reality. Li Dianqi is really finished. Mr. Yang, little Yezi, it's my negligence in management. I will ask for punishment from the higher-ups regarding this matter. The fat man's face was very ugly. He also knew how important Li Dianqi was. He also knew how much effort his own people had put in to capture him. He also knew very well Lu Yezi and Mr. Yang Ming, whom he just met, were the people who personally captured Li Dianqi. Li Dianqi died in their own territory. How could Yang Ming and Lu Yezi endure this? The person that they had spent so much effort to capture had died, just like that. Who would be happy about this? Forget it. If I die, so be it. Originally, he just wanted to further confirm the identity of the receiver from Li Dianqi and see if he had any connection with the mysterious Central and Dr. Benjamin. But since he was dead, there was no need to ask anymore. Li Dianqi nodded. In any case, whether he asked or not didn't matter much to Yang Ming. Even if he knew whether the receiver was from the Central or not, Yang Ming would still make a move on him. There was no difference. The fat man thought that Yang Ming was angry. After all, according to Lu Yezi, Yang Ming contributed a lot in the operation to capture Li Dianqi. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. I have let down the country's trust. Well, I don't blame you. Yang Ming smiled. I really don't mind. If he dies, he dies. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, the value is not high. Whoever he gave the thing to, just take it back. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Which system doesn't have vermin? However, this vermin is up to you to find out. I won't participate. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I will not let this guy have an easy time. Before tonight, I will give you and little Yezi an explanation. The fat man gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "He is simply a disgrace to me." "Oh, then let's go find the foreigner who took the thing." Yang Ming nodded. "Right, this guy still has money in his bank account. We haven't asked about this yet. His money has to be handed over, so it's not appropriate for us to ask about secret things like bank accounts. We just waited for him to be transferred back to China. Then, the people in China would inquire about it. I didn't expect him to die," the fat man said with some regret when he mentioned this matter. "This kid must have made a lot of money. It's too cheap for his family." "Oh, it's not cheap." Yang Ming smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Since they didn't want the money, Yang Ming didn't intend to let go. When Li Jianqi transferred the money to him, although he pressed the phone keyboard behind his back, Yang Ming saw the account and password he entered clearly with his special ability. At that time, Yang Ming thought about cheating him again. But later, he thought that Lu Yezi would definitely ask about the money when he returned. Then, he wouldn't be able to leave easily. However, he didn't expect that Li Jianqi would die before they could do anything. Then, what else could Yang Ming refuse? It would be a waste if he didn't want it. He would transfer the money to his account later. Anyway, Yang Ming didn't mind how much money he had now. At least, before he went to Yunnan, he had to leave a large sum of property for his parents and Chen Mingyan. He is already dead. What's the use of money? The fatty didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. He sighed. "Mr. Yang Ming, little Yezi, shall I send you back? I already said that you can call me Yang Ming. My friends call me Big Ming. You can also call me Big Ming. Just like how I call you Fatty," Yang Ming said to the fatty. I'm a little embarrassed such a big thing happened," the fatty explained awkwardly. "Well, don't think so much. When little Yezi and I get the things back, Li Jianqi's death won't be important. I think the higher-ups won't investigate anymore. Even if they do, I will say a few words for you. It's not a big deal." Yang Ming patted the fatty's shoulder and comforted him. A good person. When the fatty heard Yang Ming's words, he almost shed tears of gratitude. What is a good person? Yang Ming is a typical example. Not only does he not mind that I killed the person he painstakingly caught, but he is also afraid that I will be punished by the higher-ups. Yang Ming even took the initiative to say a few words for me. This made the fatty speechless. "Big Ming, you're my friend. In the future, your matters are my matters." The fatty was so excited that the flesh on his face kept trembling. "I can't thank you enough for your kindness. It's hard to say. In the future, I will have to trouble you for my family's matters." Yang Ming smiled. "There are some things that I won't hide from you. Little Yezi and I will have a very dangerous mission in a few days. So, the higher-ups will listen to my words and take care of my emotions. So, since you are fine this time, then you will definitely be fine in—" The fatty was stunned, and then his face became serious. The fatty was very clear about what kind of organization he was in. Since Yang Ming said that it was a very dangerous mission, then this mission must be extraordinary. Chapter 1789. Missions were commonplace for the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Which mission was not dangerous? Which mission was not dangerous? Therefore, they were already accustomed to ordinary missions. If it was dangerous, it could be imagined. Yang Ming was the trump card of the Secret Service team, and Lu Yezi was the trump card of the field team. The difficulty of the mission was simply unimaginable when the two trump cards carried out the mission together. "Big Ming, do you have something for me to do?" The fat man was not stupid. He instantly understood Yang Ming's meaning. "And if you return to China, you should be in a good position. If I can't come back, take care of my family for me." Yang Ming sighed and was a little sad. However, what Yang Ming said was the truth. Although Xia Bingbao would also take care of his family, Yang Ming still had to prepare in many ways. One more friend meant one more path. He had helped the fat man this time. The fat man would remember this favor. After he left, he would return to his family. Don't worry, Big Ming, I will remember this. The fat man said solemnly, we are all people in the same system. Everyone may have such a day. You don't have to worry about this. Okay, it's fine with your words. Yang Ming nodded. I'm just saying, maybe I can come back. Don't we still have little Yezi? Don't look at me. I also know how dangerous the next action is. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not let us break in first. Lu Yezi shrugged. But no matter how difficult it is, we still have to go. You're quite optimistic. Let's go. Let's find a foreigner first and get the things back. Yang Ming said and got in the car. The fat man and Lu Yezi also got in the car. The fat man had already called to ask someone to deal with Li Dianqi's matter. He believed that after sending Yang Ming and Lu Yezi away, he would start to deal with the traitor. All the way back, Yang Ming and Lu Yezi went out of the abandoned car processing plant and sat in the Passat that Yang Ming drove previously. I really didn't expect that Li Dianqi would be killed. No wonder Li Dianqi chose to go to Las Vegas to deliver the goods. It seems that the other party had planned this. Lu Yezi sighed. The other party is already prepared for both sides. If Li Dianqi is caught, they will find our internal spies to silence him. Oh, this can't be helped. However, Li Dianqi's value is not high anymore. If he dies, then so be it. Yang Ming didn't care. Where is the foreigner? Are we going to find him now? Lu Yezi was stunned. That's right. Otherwise, how long are we going to wait? A long night is fraught with dreams. What if he runs away? Yang Ming said, let's get this over with quickly. I want to go back and spend time with my wife. I don't have much time left. All right, but we're not prepared at all. Fight him with bare hands. Lu Yezi agreed to Yang Ming's proposal, but he also raised his own objection. What's the point of preparing? Yang Ming shrugged. He's completely invulnerable, so wouldn't it be a waste of time to prepare? Can you get a missile or an atomic bomb? Lu Yezi was a little speechless. Of course, he couldn't get it. That's not possible. If you can't, let's go. We'll just play it by ear when we get there. Yang Ming said, let's talk about what you know first. Since Li Dianqi is dead, you can tell me what he said about the foreigner. Lu Yezi nodded. Li Dianqi didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't know much. Previously, he told us that it was a foreign research institution that paid for our research results. So, they found Li Dianqi through the internet. After a period of contact, they also established a certain degree of trust. After they paid Li Dianqi an advance payment, Li Dianqi began to take action. He brought the chip with the latest research data to Las Vegas and delivered the goods to the other party. Did he say what the research institution was called? Asked Yang Ming. No, or he wasn't very clear about it. Lu Yezi shook his head. You can continue. Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's words, but he didn't have any regrets about Li Dianqi's death. Since it was like what Lu Yezi said, it was impossible for the other party to easily tell Li Dianqi about this kind of private transaction through the internet. It was also impossible for them to tell which research institution they belonged to. The two parties just negotiated the price and the transaction was done. Although Li Dianqi was a research and development staff, he was also a special forces soldier. He had unusual skills, especially good at anti-tracking. This was the reason why we tracked him all the way to Las Vegas. Lu Yezi said, Li Dianqi only knew what the other party looked like and what hotel they stayed in. He didn't know anything else. The last time I tested him was at the bar below the hotel, but the test failed. Our people were also injured. That foreigner was just like a robot. He was not afraid of fighting at all. Robot? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't think that these people would be robots. After all, this was somewhat illogical. He had never heard of such an advanced robot in the world. However, when he carefully recalled the situation when he saw Jetson and fought with him, it was as Lu Yezi said. Jetson might also be a robot, not a normal person. Yeah, Lu Yezi drove the car and didn't notice Yang Ming's abnormality. He continued, so if the two of us go now, there is basically nothing we can do. We can't beat him, robot. Yang Ming smiled faintly. If it is really a robot, then it is easy to handle. As long as it is a robot, then there must be a weakness in the body. This reminded Yang Ming of Tian Long from before. Tian Long had a weak point when he practiced martial arts, and the robot must also have a weak point. That should be the energy supply, but it would not be easily discovered. However, once it was discovered, it would be a fatal weakness. Of course, this was just Yang Ming's assumption. Whether the other party was a real robot, Yang Ming was still not sure. Only when they met and did a CT scan with X-ray vision could he know. What's wrong? You seem to be very disdainful. Lu Yezi also heard the faint disdain in Yang Ming's tone. Hee. If it is really a robot, I think I should have a way, Yang Ming laughed. Lu Yezi was taken aback, but he didn't doubt it. No one in their organization would boast. Since it was said, it meant that they had some confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't talk nonsense. So he said, I hope so. Then, I'm counting on you this time. Just tell me what you need to do when the time comes. Of course, I won't be polite with you, Yang Ming smiled. Prepare a heavy machine gun that can use armor-piercing bullets in a while. Chapter 1790. Armor-piercing bullets? Lu Yezi couldn't help but be shocked. I say, Yang Ming, is there a need to make such a big fuss? Ordinary firearms should be fine, but I'm afraid that armor-piercing bullets may not be. Oh, even Fatty can't get it? Asked Yang Ming. Ordinary firearms are easy to buy in Las Vegas, but heavily lethal and inhumane weapons like armor-piercing bullets are difficult to buy in the civilian market. They may not be sold in the black market either. Lu Yezi explained, even if the gun control here is not strict, heavy weapons will not be allowed to run rampant. After all, it is a major matter related to local public security. Okay, then I'll think of a way. Yang Ming nodded. He was not too surprised. Lu Yezi was right. Although the gun control in the United States was not very strict, he had not seen anyone with a rocket launcher or armor-piercing bullets on the streets. Yang Ming, do you want to use armor-piercing bullets to deal with that guy? Lu Yezi also guessed Yang Ming's intention. I'm afraid that's the only way, said Yang Ming. I hope it will work. But this time, with such a big fuss, I'm afraid we will be targeted by the FBI. I'm afraid we can't return to China through normal channels. Lu Yezi said with some worry. Yang Ming smiled. It's okay. Leave it to me. Yang Ming had not been afraid of anyone since he embarked on the path of an assassin. He could escape safely in an environment like North Africa, let alone here. Lu Yezi nodded without any doubt. Yang Ming was known as the ace of the Secret Service team. Naturally, he had his strengths, just like how Lu Yezi was the ace of the field team. Lu Yezi would not boast casually, and Yang Ming would not either. Hello, Batterton. I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming dialed Batterton's phone again. Mr. Yang, do you have any orders? Batterton picked up the phone respectfully. It's not an order. Give me the phone number of the street racer gangs Langu, said Yang Ming. Batterton belonged to the underworld family, the Douglas family. It could be said that he could get all kinds of weapons in Elo Town. However, this was Las Vegas. The Douglas family only operated the hotel industry here and did not develop the underworld business. Therefore, it was impossible for Batterton to get these weapons. Yang Ming simply did not bother with him. It was better to look for the Lang family's Langu. They were one of the 3 local gangs. Now, one of the 2 gangs. Hold on. Mr. Yang, Langu Sr.'s phone number is 00XXXXX. Batterton reported a string of numbers and then said to Yang Ming, Mr. Yang, do you have any other instructions? That's all for now. Yang Ming hung up Batterton's phone call and dialed the number Batterton gave him directly. Langu Sr. was planning the gang's future with his son, Langu Jr., in the ward. Although Langu Jr. was crippled, he was not sad at the moment. The street racer gang could develop to an unprecedented height, which was exciting and expectant. The phone rang and interrupted the conversation between the two. Langu Sr. frowned, picked up the phone, and glanced at it. He didn't want to answer, but when he saw that it was an unfamiliar number, His heart tightened for no reason. These 2 days were eventful. Langus Sr. didn't dare to be careless, so he picked up the phone and said hesitantly, "Hello, I'm Langus Sr. Who are you looking for?" "I'm Yang Ming." Yang Ming didn't beat around the bush. "Langus Sr., where are you?" "Ah." Langus Sr. was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's voice. He thought that he was really a lucky person. It was fortunate that he picked up this call. Otherwise, who knew if he would anger this big devil again and cause his street racer gang to be finished instantly. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm in the hospital. Is there anything I can do for you?" Langus Sr. also stood up from the bed and maintained a very respectful posture. In his opinion, Yang Ming was omnipresent and omnipotent. Maybe Yang Ming was nearby and could know his current attitude. Therefore, Langus Sr. didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. His current posture was like a tiny ant talking to its master. "Prepare a heavy sniper rifle and some armor-piercing bullets for me. I need them urgently." Yang Ming said, "Is there any problem?" "No problem, Mr. Yang. When do you need them?" Langus Sr. agreed immediately. It wasn't difficult at all. Heavy sniper rifles were difficult for ordinary people to get, but it was naturally a piece of cake for a gang leader like Langus Sr. There were more than 10 of them in the gang's warehouse. "I'm at the entrance of the Douglas Vast Hotel. It's a black Passat. The car number is XXX. You can ask someone to send it directly to the car," said Yang Ming. "Okay, I'll do it right away." Although Langus Sr. didn't know why Yang Ming wanted a heavy sniper rifle, in his opinion, if Yang Ming wanted to kill someone, he could do it with just a thought. There was no need to use any firearms. However, that was Great God Yang's intention. How could he and others guess Great God Yang's thoughts and intentions? Maybe Great God Yang wanted to use a heavy sniper rifle to hit an airplane. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with following Great God Yang's instructions. Thinking of this, Langus Sr. immediately prepared to deal with this matter. Although he could also instruct others to do it, how could it be the same? "I can only let Great God Yang know how much I value this matter if I do it personally." "Father, is that Mr. Yang calling?" Langus Jr. asked quickly after Langus Sr. hung up the phone. "It's Great God Yang. Remember, when we talk about him in private, we have to call him Great God Yang. Great God Yang is omnipotent. We have to always have a respectful attitude. There can't be any blasphemy." Langus Sr. corrected. "Yes, father. I was wrong." Langus Jr. nodded quickly. "You're right. He is omnipotent, so we have to call him Great God Yang." "And that's right." Langus Sr. nodded with satisfaction. "Great God Yang wants me to get a heavy sniper rifle and some armor-piercing bullets. I'll get them now. You should rest well in the hospital. The people around this ward are our street racer gang's people. If there's anything, just instruct them directly. Don't worry, father. I'm not a child. You should deal with the matter that Guru Yang asked you to do." Langus Jr. waved his hand anxiously, signaling his father to hurry up and not waste any more time. While Langus Sr. was gratified that his son was sensible, he naturally didn't dare to neglect. He quickly left the ward and called the street racer gang's warehouse manager to prepare the heavy sniper rifle and armor-piercing bullets. Since Yang Ming wanted one, he naturally wouldn't prepare just one. He had to prepare two. One of them should be used as a backup in case of emergency. Chapter 1791. Lu Yezi looked at Yang Ming, but did not show any special expression. In fact, he was very shocked in his heart. Yang Ming seemed to have more connections than him, who had come to Las Vegas several times. With just a phone call, he asked the leader of the street racer gang to prepare a heavy attack. Moreover, from the tone of his voice, it was not the kind of equal treatment at all, but a condescending and superior attitude. It was like the way he spoke to a servant or subordinate. It was not a discussion at all, and the other party was not allowed to refuse. Lu Yezi and the Fat Man had met many times. The Fat Man had also been operating in Las Vegas for many years, but he was not too familiar with the local gangs. After all, the abandoned vehicle processing plant had to be protected by the local gangs. The monthly filial piety was indispensable. In the abandoned vehicle processing plant, the street racer gang had the most contact with the local gangs. As for the fat man, it was under the protection of the street racer gang that he had not been noticed by others. Therefore, Liu Yezi knew that this Langus Sr. was the old leader of the street racer gang. Usually, it was difficult for the fat man to meet such a high figure. However, Yang Ming asked Langus Sr. to do this, and that with just a phone call. What is this Yang Ming's identity? Why is he so badass? Liu Yezi really couldn't figure it out. Yang Ming, did you come to Las Vegas often? Liu Yezi was curious, but it was not appropriate to ask other people's privacy, so he could only ask indirectly. Often? I don't have the time. It's my first time here. Yang Ming was not stupid. He directly guessed Liu Yezi's meaning. You want to ask how I know the leader of the street racer gang, right? You got it. I was just a little curious. I just asked from a personal point of view. You don't have to answer. Liu Yezi nodded embarrassedly. Oh, yesterday, I crippled the penis of his son, Langge Jr. So, he's afraid of me. Yang Ming shrugged. It's that simple. I didn't know him before. Ugh, you crippled his son? Liu Yezi was a little dumbfounded. You crippled his son. Why would he be afraid of you? That's the street racer gang. It's good enough that they don't go all out to deal with you. Why would they be afraid of you? Are you kidding me? Oh, you can't say that I crippled him. To be exact, I asked Langus Sr. to do it. He personally crippled his son. Yang Ming said, It has nothing to do with me. What? Liu Yezi was even more shocked. He was already shocked before. Now, he couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. Shocking the world. Would Langus Sr. be so obedient and cripple his son by himself? He didn't resist? No. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't dare. He was afraid that I would destroy the street racer gang. Only today did Liu Yezi know what a fierce and ruthless person was. Originally, he was already the most awesome existence in the field team. However, today, when he saw the ace of the Secret Service team, which was a level higher than the field team, Liu Yezi realized that people could be even fiercer and more ruthless. There's a guillotine gang in Las Vegas. I don't know if you have heard of it. Asked Yang Ming. I have heard of it, but in the past few days, there have been rumors that the guillotine gang seems to have been destroyed by the street racer gang, and their territory has been annexed, said Liu Yezi. It seems that the fatty's intelligence system is quite good. Liu Yezi already knew about it not long after it happened. What do you mean by the street racer gang was destroyed? I was the one who destroyed it. I came to Las Vegas for this guillotine gang, Yang Ming said with a smile. I just saw that Langus Sr. was quite obedient, so I gave him the territory. Liu Yezi couldn't say anything other than being shocked. After a long time, he said, Brother Yang, you are a fierce person. The first time you came to Las Vegas, you turned the forces here upside down. How did the guillotine gang provoke you? Oh, it's nothing. My friend was playing in the Nanxing casino. They cheated and detained my friend, so I rushed over from China, said Yang Ming. They were not obedient, so I destroyed the guillotine gang. That works too. Liu Yezi completely admired Yang Ming, Brother Yang, but the guillotine gang is backed by the Nanchang family. Aren't you afraid? You think too much. Yang Ming said lightly, The family master of the Nanchang family, Jotens, has come to apologize to me in person and gave me the Nanchang casino. I'll let him go. Fuck. Liu Yezi said fuck 3 times. You're my boss in the future. You will protect me. You are too awesome. You can compete with my father in the past. Yang Ming smiled. Protect you? When we go to Yunnan, whether we can come back or not is another matter. Liu Yezi now understood that Yang Ming must have a more shocking identity and ability in addition to his identity as a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, he had not known Yang Ming for long, so it was not appropriate for him to inquire about these things. Although Yang Ming did not hide and told him some things, Liu Yezi was not an insensible person. Yang Ming might tell him some things slowly when they go to Yunnan, so he was not in a hurry. As the two were talking, a black business car slowly drove over and stopped behind their Passat. Immediately afterward, the door of the Passat opened, and Langus Sr. ran over quickly with a big box. I didn't expect this old guy to come in person. Yang Ming smiled and opened the door. If it were before, Lu Yezi would definitely be surprised to see Langus Sr.'s actions. But now, after hearing so many awesome deeds of Yang Ming, these could only be considered small matters. It was nothing. Great God, Yang, I'm here. Langus Sr. ran to Yang Ming respectfully, bowed, and said respectfully, Great God, Yang. Lu Yezi was shocked after hearing it. Yang Ming was also stunned. When did I become a great god? Langus Sr., what did you call me? Yang Ming wondered if he had heard wrongly. Ugh, it's like this. You are omnipotent, so you are a great god. We call you Great God Yang. Langus Sr. explained. Forget it. This name is too awesome. You should call me Mr. Yang. I'm not used to it. Yang Ming shrugged with a wry smile. Okay, Mr. Yang. Langus Sr. nodded. This is what you want. It has been prepared. It is in this box. And put in the car. Yang Ming pointed to the back seat of the Passat and said, Okay. After Langus Sr. put the box away, he turned around. Mr. Yang, do you have any other instructions? Chapter 1792. There's nothing else. You can go now. By the way, wait. Yang Ming stopped Langus Sr. again. Is there anything else? Big, Mr. Yang? Langus Sr. asked quickly. This is my friend from the Hunter abandoned car treatment plant in the suburbs. I heard that it is also your territory? Yang Ming pointed at Lu Yezi and said to Langus Sr., Mr. Yang, don't worry. I know what to do. In the future, the treatment plant is the first priority of the street racer gang. Langus Sr. was not stupid. Yang Ming introduced Lu Yezi like this. It was impossible that he was just introducing someone to him. Otherwise, why didn't Yang Ming say the person's name, but what did this person do? And you can go. Yang Ming saw that Langus Sr. was so tactful, so he didn't say much. After returning to the Passat, Lu Yezi said gratefully, Boss, thank you. Thank me for what? Yang Ming was stunned. Fatties matter. Lu Yezi said, Fatty's intelligence collection in Las Vegas will be like adding wings to a tiger. If he knows about this, he will definitely be very happy. Damn, not to mention that I'm also a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Fatty and I are now good buddies. I helped him. What are you thanking me for? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. That's true. I was being unreasonable. Boss, please don't be offended. Lu Yezi scratched his head embarrassedly. Drive the car to a place where there is no one and check the heavy sniper rifle to see if there is any problem, said Yang Ming. There seems to be a small alley behind this hotel. There is usually no one. Lu Yezi wasn't quite sure, so he could only drive around and see. Sure enough, he found a small alley behind the hotel. It was like the hotel's cargo transport channel. There was no one there now. The Passat was covered with membranes all around. Only the windshield membrane was slightly lighter in color. However, Lu Yezi turned the car's head to the wall, so no one could see what was going on inside the car when they passed by. Yang Ming took the suitcase from the back seat of the car and opened it, but smiled bitterly. Be prepared too. You should take one when the time comes. Do you know how to use it? Boss, you underestimate me. Lu Yezi took the heavy sniper rifle and played with it in his hand. Yang Ming looked at his movements and found that he was quite skilled, so he didn't say anything more. There were 10 magazines in the box. Yang Ming didn't expect Langus Sr. to bring so many armor-piercing bullets. In Yang Ming's opinion, one magazine was enough. These armor-piercing bullets can even hit tanks. I don't know where Langus Sr. got such a powerful thing. Lu Yezi looked at the armor-piercing bullets in the magazine and was a little surprised. The gangs here are far more powerful than those in China. Over at our side, at most there's some hooligans. Yang Ming smiled and said, Give Langus Sr. some time. I can't guarantee the missiles, but I will definitely get the rocket launchers for you. I have no problem. What about you, boss? Lu Yezi loaded the heavy sniper rifle in his hand, put it aside, and asked Yang Ming. No problem. Let's go and find that foreigner. Yang Ming said, Right, I still don't know the foreigner's name. Do you know? I heard from Li Dianxi that the foreigner's name is Kevin, but I don't know if it's a fake name. Lu Yezi said, who cares if it's real or fake? When he's dead, the name has no meaning. Yang Ming smiled and said, I just feel that I'm not used to calling him a foreigner. It's too troublesome. It's more convenient to have a name. That foreigner seems to like to sit in the nightclub and watch the performances alone. He doesn't look for an escort or talk to anyone. It seems that he is waiting for someone. Lu Yezi said, our people are secretly monitoring him. He hasn't left the hotel where he lives, and he usually doesn't have any contact with anyone. That's just right. Let's go and get the thing back, and then destroy his body. Yang Ming said, in the nightclub? Lu Yezi felt that it was a bit too arrogant to use a heavy sniper rifle in the nightclub. After all, the police here were not incompetent. Of course not. Yang Ming said, I have my own way to lure him out. However, we have to make sure that the thing is on him. Lu Yezi nodded. Do you think he would put such an important thing in his room and not carry it with him? Yang Ming disagreed. That's true. If it were me, I would also carry it with me. It would be safer. Lu Yezi agreed. The car stopped at the entrance of a hotel. The hotel was not as big as the Douglas Vast Hotel, but it looked very neat and clean. It's here. Our people are also inside. I will contact them first. Lu Yezi said after parking the car. Well, just confirm where Kevin is. Leave the rest to me. Yang Ming said. Lu Yezi took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The SIM card was bought casually, and the content of the conversation was not hidden, so he was not afraid that someone would listen in. I'm little Yezi. How are things on your side? Lu Yezi asked casually. Kevin went to the nightclub and is watching the show. He is at the third table in the right corner. Our people are at the sixth table on the left. The person on the other side responded. Okay, leave the rest to us. You don't have to do anything. Lu Yezi said. Understood. The person on the other side responded. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yezi told Yang Ming Kevin's location. Yang Ming nodded. Wait for me in the car. After I come out and get in the car, you drive. Where to? Lu Yezi asked subconsciously. Drive wherever there are fewer people. Just find a good place to start, Yang Ming said. Got it, boss. Be careful. Lu Yezi understood that Yang Ming wanted to lure the enemy out. Although he didn't know what method he would use, it must be very dangerous. Yang Ming smiled, got out of the car, and walked into the hotel. Sir, do you want to stay or rest temporarily? As soon as Yang Ming entered the door, the waiter asked politely, Where's the nightclub? I have friends there. Yang Ming said with a smile, Oh, sir, the nightclub is here. Please come with me. With that said, the waiter took Yang Ming to a staircase on the side of the hotel lobby. Here, just go down. There will be a waiter downstairs to receive you. Thank you. Yang Ming nodded and went downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, a waiter warmly received Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming was not in the mood to entertain. He perfunctorily said a few words to the waiter and told him that he was looking for someone. He didn't need to trouble the waiter and walked inside. The nightclub here is similar to the one in China. It is similar to the nature of a bar. There are performances in front, people chatting behind, some drinking, and some watching the performances. Chapter 1793. At the third table in the right corner, a foreigner should be Kevin. He was watching the performance without eating snacks or drinking. He just watched the performance quietly. Yang Ming looked at the performance on the stage. It was an acrobatic group performing acrobatics. In a nightclub, this kind of show was not as attractive as erotic dances. Most of the people in the nightclub were doing their own things with no interest, waiting for the next erotic dance performance. Only Kevin was watching it with great interest, as if he had not watched such a show for a long time. Yang Ming smiled and walked in the direction of Kevin. After taking a few steps, Kevin obviously saw Yang Ming coming in his direction and immediately raised his guard. In his seat, there was no one else except for a couple entangled behind him. Yang Ming came over at this time. Obviously, it was impossible for him to come over for the couple. The most likely reason was that he was looking for him. Kevin still maintained his posture of watching the performance, but his eyes had been paying attention to Yang Ming's movements. Seeing that Yang Ming really walked to his table and sat opposite him, Kevin frowned. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know you. Can you please sit in another seat?" Hee hee. Yang Ming looked at Kevin, smiled, and said, "Kevin, right? You are?" Kevin frowned. In the past few days, he was a little sensitive to Asians because of Li Dianqi's matter. He subconsciously became nervous. "Hee hee. Are you from Central?" Yang Ming did not answer Kevin's question, but continued to ask. "You?" Kevin was even more shocked. "Who exactly are you?" After listening to Kevin's question, Yang Ming was completely convinced this time that Kevin was from Central. Because after he heard the word Central, he didn't have any doubts. Instead, he continued to ask who he was. "Dr. Benjamin asked you to come?" Yang Ming continued. "You are." Kevin frowned and suddenly blurted out a sentence in English that was difficult to understand. With Yang Ming's hearing, he could not hear what he said clearly. Yang Ming knew that it was not good. It might be a secret signal. It seems that it is impossible to get more useful information from Kevin. Yang Ming originally planned to use this kind of specious conversation to get some information from Kevin, but now that Kevin found out, Yang Ming could only give up. Seeing that Yang Ming did not speak, Kevin's face suddenly sank. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Ming suddenly stood up and ran outside. "Stop!" Kevin increasingly felt that Yang Ming was suspicious. Yang Ming knew too many things, so Kevin naturally had to figure out what was going on. He couldn't let Yang Ming run away like this. Even Li Dianqi did not know Kevin's identity, let alone Central and Dr. Benjamin. Yang Ming's words made Kevin a little confused, so his intuition told him that this person must stay here. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. Thinking of this, Kevin immediately stood up and chased after Yang Ming. Yang Ming used all his strength this time. He almost lost when he raced with Jetson last time. This kind of monster from Central was not human at all. He ran as fast as a train. No matter how powerful Yang Ming was, he was still a human after all. His speed was still slower than Jetson's. The reason why Yang Ming was able to outrun Jetson last time was entirely because he relied on his X-ray vision to familiarize himself with the terrain and shuttled between the obstacles. So this time, Yang Ming also learned to be smart. He didn't wait for Kevin to react, so he ran away. Kevin didn't expect Yang Ming to run immediately after listening to his words. What kind of person is this? Even if Yang Ming didn't answer my secret signal, he didn't have to run away immediately. So although Kevin immediately got up and chased out, he was still half a beat slower. He pulled away from Yang Ming. Under the surprised eyes of the security guard, Yang Ming quickly left the nightclub, went upstairs, and ran out of the hotel lobby. Although the security guard shouted behind him, Yang Ming ignored him. Out of the hotel, he went directly to Liu Yezi's Passat. "Drive." Liu Yezi was already ready. As soon as Yang Ming got in the car, he immediately changed gears and stepped on the accelerator. The car flew out directly. At this time, Kevin also caught up to the door. When he saw Yang Ming get in the car and leave, he didn't want to be outdone. He quickly got into another car in the parking lot. Obviously, it was his own car. He started the car and chased after Yang Ming's Passat. "Damn, this guy runs really fast. You run even faster." Liu Yezi sighed. He also saw what kind of speed Yang Ming used to run out of the hotel just now. If Li Dianqi had such a speed, I wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. I'm not fast, but he is faster than me. Yang Ming pointed to the back. If I were faster than him, I wouldn't need a car. I would just run to lead him to an alley and kill him directly. Damn, that guy's simply inhuman. Liu Yezi skillfully operated the car. His purpose was not to get rid of Kevin, but to lead him to an open place where there was no one, so he didn't need to use any driving skills. Kevin's driving skills were obviously not very good. He didn't know how to drift. He only knew how to step on the accelerator. He was driving a Mercedes-Benz business car, so his speed couldn't go up. Therefore, he always kept a certain distance from Liu Yezi in front of him. He couldn't catch up. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer cars on the road, and the place was getting more and more remote. Kevin frowned. Where is this person leading me? Is there an ambush? However, Kevin wasn't afraid of an ambush. So what if there is a group of people ambushing me? I will still deal with them as usual. It won't affect me at all. Even if I really can't do anything to them, can't I just run? I believe that as long as I run, no one can catch up with me. Where is this place? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. I'm also driving to a place with fewer people. I'm not very familiar with Las Vegas. Liu Yezi said apologetically. Well, drive a little further, then turn to the second fork, said Yang Ming. He had already observed with his special ability. At the end of the second fork was a piece of barren land. There was no one at the moment. Liu Yezi nodded. Not far ahead, they turned into the second fork that looked a little dim. He didn't ask why Yang Ming let him go like this. Yang Ming must have his own reasons. Kevin was baffled. He didn't know what the people in front of him were going to do. Seeing them turn the corner, he also turned in. Boss, you are really awesome. You know that there is an open space ahead? Liu Yezi said excitedly when he saw the open space in front of him from afar. Chapter 1794. Oh, I only found out before you turned the corner. Yang Ming didn't deny it. Liu Yezi would know about his abilities sooner or later. Yang Ming didn't need to hide it. Both of them would soon go to Yunnan for the same goal. There was no need to hide. Kevin was even more baffled this time. Previously, he was worried that Yang Ming would bring out a lot of helpers. Although he could annihilate all of them, it would take some effort. At this moment, Yang Ming came to an open space. Because of him, there was no end in sight. At a glance, one could see if there was an ambush. It was impossible to hide anyone here. In other words, Yang Ming didn't intend to ambush him, but deliberately led him to a place where there was no one. What does this mean? Kevin naturally didn't think that Yang Ming wanted to kill him because he was very confident that he was invincible. He was the most powerful. He was invincible. So his first thought was that Yang Ming found a place where there was no one and wanted to talk to him about something. Seeing Yang Ming's car stop, Kevin also stopped the car and got out. He was not afraid of Yang Ming's sneak attack. He would not refuse any sneak attack. Bro, what do we do now? Liu Yezi stopped the car and asked when he saw Kevin get out. Don't you have a sniper rifle? Just shoot for fun in a while. Anyway, there are plenty of bullets. Yang Ming said, when I tell you where to shoot, just shoot. No problem. Liu Yezi nodded and agreed. Then should I get out? You don't have to get out. Just stay in the car. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he got out of the car. Who the hell are you? What are you going to do? Asked Kevin. Do you really want to know? Asked Yang Ming with a smile. Of course. Otherwise, why did you leave me here? Said Kevin. Oh, I lured you here because I was a little curious. Yang Ming continued to talk nonsense with Kevin, because Yang Ming's eyes were now secretly scanning the inside of Kevin's body. Previously, when facing Jetson, Yang Ming didn't have time to do a human CT scan on him because of time constraints. In desperation, he led him into the boiler and burned him into gas. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't know much about Jetson's structure. However, he gave Kevin an X-ray, which shocked Yang Ming. Was he even human? Obviously not. This was because Kevin's body was filled with mechanical structures and not normal human organs. However, what shocked Yang Ming the most was that Kevin's head actually had a normal physiological structure. There was a brain and various organs inside, but they were connected to the inside of the body by a few wires. What the hell was that? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the technological level of Central had reached such a level that it could combine machinery and the human brain. This could also explain why Kevin and Jetson's bodies were so hard that they were not afraid of being hit. They were made of machinery, so how could they be afraid of being hit? However, when he thought of his magical glasses, didn't they also inexplicably fuse with his body? Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't think that Kevin was surprised. Maybe the principle was similar, and his glasses were even better than theirs. Their bodies and heads still needed to be connected by wires, but his glasses didn't need any wires at all. They were worn directly on his eyes, and it didn't take long for them to naturally fuse together. It seemed that his glasses were much more advanced than theirs. In order to find Kevin's physical weakness, Yang Ming talked nonsense with Kevin. Curious? I'm curious how you know about Central and Dr. Benjamin. Although in Kevin's opinion, it was easy to kill Yang Ming, there were some things that he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Dr. Benjamin when he returned. Oh, I also know that you're a robot. Am I right? Said Yang Ming with a smile. You? Kevin's face became more and more ugly. No one knew that he was a robot except for the people in Central. Even among the people in Central, only a few core members of the Research and Development Department and the head of the Research and Development Department, Dr. Benjamin, knew about it. The members of the other departments didn't know that he was a robot, and the person in front of him actually knew that he was a robot. Then what was his origin? Who the hell are you? Tell me, how did you know? Asked Kevin hurriedly. Oh, how did I know? Yang Ming continued to talk nonsense, but his eyes kept scanning Kevin's body. This Kevin is really well made. He is armed from head to toe to the teeth, weight to the feet. Suddenly, Yang Ming saw something like a data interface on Kevin's feet. Come to think of it, this thing is the data interface used by Kevin to exchange programs with the outside world, right? Perhaps this is his weakness. If he broke the program interface and short-circuited it, would he be done for? Yang Ming thought evilly. What are you talking about? What do you mean, how did you know? I'm asking you. If I knew, why would I ask you? Kevin was inexplicable by Yang Ming's words. He didn't know what nonsense he was talking about. Oh, well, didn't you ask me how I know that you're a robot? Then, I will tell you. Since Yang Ming found Kevin's weakness, he didn't talk nonsense with him. Because I have seen a person before. His name is Jetson. Jetson? Kevin's face suddenly changed. Do you know Jetson? Oh, I know him. I killed him. How can I not know him? Yang Ming smiled. You killed him? Impossible. How can Jetson be killed so easily? Kevin looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Jetson had indeed disappeared for a long time and hadn't appeared again. Dr. Yang Ming also kept quiet about this. At this moment, hearing the news that Yang Ming killed Jetson, Kevin didn't quite believe it, but he still had some doubts. After all, Yang Ming can know so many things, and Jetson has indeed disappeared. Did he really kill Jetson? It wasn't easy. It was very troublesome to kill him. Yang Ming said, he is like you. He has a copper head and iron arms, just like Ultraman. How can I kill him so easily? I finally lured that fool into the furnace room's burning pool, and he was directly burned into smoke. Did you really kill Jetson? Kevin asked in surprise. Why would I lie to you? Yang Ming shrugged. Now you know why I lured you here, right? Because the next target I'm going to kill is you, Mr. Kevin. Chapter 1795. A chill finally surged up from the bottom of Kevin's heart. Yang Ming lured me here. Sure enough, it is not a good thing. No wonder this kid wanted to find a place where no one was around. It turns out that he didn't want to ambush me, nor did he go the wrong way in a panic. He wants to kill me, although Kevin didn't quite believe that Yang Ming could kill him. Even if Jetson was really killed by Yang Ming, it was only achieved by Yang Ming using external forces. With the temperature of the high-temperature boiler, even a lump of iron would melt, let alone Jetson. However, there was neither a boiler nor a volcano here. Yang Ming wants to kill me? Isn't that a fool's dream? Kevin looked at the endless emptiness, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You mean you can kill me here? You were changed into a robot. Didn't your brain not work? Are you born mentally retarded or have a hearing problem? Didn't you hear or understand what I said? I just want to kill you here. Otherwise, why would I lure you here? Don't you have anything else to do? Yang Ming looked at Kevin with some sarcasm. Kevin was even more confused when he heard Yang Ming's confident words. Could it be that Yang Ming has some unique skill? It can't be. There is nothing around here that can cause harm to me, right? Really? I'd like to see how you will kill me. Kevin looked around again and confirmed that there was really nothing nearby that could hurt him. Oh, then I'll show you something. Don't worry. Yang Ming lowered his head and put his head into the Passat. He reached out and took out the heavy sniper rifle from the car, but lowered his voice and said to Liu Yezi, I will lure him to do some actions in a while. When the time comes, you just need to aim the gun at his right foot and shoot. Understood. Although Lu Yezi didn't know what Yang Ming's intention was, since Yang Ming said so, he must have his reasons. This was not the time to ask more. Kevin was watching from the side. Even if Lu Yezi had something to say, he couldn't ask at this time. Yang Ming had his back to Kevin when he spoke, so he wasn't worried that Kevin could see. Kevin's eyes couldn't see through things like Yang Ming's, and his body also blocked Yang Ming, so Yang Ming didn't have to worry about Kevin seeing Lu Yezi's words. The reason why Yang Ming didn't hesitate to turn his back to Kevin was that Yang Ming had a 360-degree vision ability. He could monitor Kevin's movements at any time, so he wasn't afraid that Kevin would play tricks. On the other hand, Yang Ming had already guessed that Kevin would definitely be curious about what he wanted to show him. He was also very sure that Yang Ming couldn't do anything to him, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to figure out the truth of some things. Oh, what do you think of this? Yang Ming raised the heavy sniper rifle in his hand and aimed it at Kevin. You want to kill me with this? Kevin suddenly smiled after seeing it. Is this why he is so confident? He thinks he can kill me with a sniper rifle? Kevin felt that the person in front of him was really stupid and naive. Yeah. Is there anything wrong with it? Asked Yang Ming. Nothing. Okay, you can die now. Kevin was a little disappointed when he saw Yang Ming's so-called weapon that could kill him. He only took a heavy sniper rifle and wanted to kill him. Kevin was a little speechless and didn't want to waste more time with Yang Ming. He also knew most of Yang Ming's secrets. Yang Ming knew so many secrets because he killed Jetson. Therefore, Kevin figured out how Yang Ming knew the information so that he could report to Dr. Yang Ming. Now, his only task was to kill Yang Ming. Really? Then I want to see who will die. Yang Ming pretended to raise the heavy sniper rifle and shot at Kevin's heart. Kevin didn't even dodge. He looked at Yang Ming sarcastically and waited for the bullet to hit him. Then it bounced off and fell to the ground. Oh, you used armor-piercing bullets, but it's still useless. Kevin looked at Yang Ming regretfully, as if he was looking at a fool who was about to die. Damn, it can't be. Even armor-piercing bullets are useless against you? Yang Ming's face showed a horrified expression. You killed Jetson, so I thought you were very powerful. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Kevin sneered. Haven't you tested armor-piercing bullets on Jetson? Don't you know that this thing has no effect on me? Bang, bang, bang. Yang Ming fired 3 more shots at Kevin's chest, abdomen, and head, but unfortunately, all the bullets bounced off. It seems that you don't want to give up? You can try again, and I will let you know why you're going to die. Kevin looked as if he had already defeated Yang Ming. In fact, he already felt that he could completely defeat Yang Ming because the only thing Yang Ming could use was a broken sniper rifle, which had no effect on him at all. However, something unexpected happened. Yang Ming did not continue to shoot at him. Instead, he suddenly threw down the sniper rifle, turned around, and ran. Kevin was stunned. Fuck, why are you playing this trick again? You can't beat me, so you run away? However, do you think you can run away? Are you still as fast as me? I may not be able to catch up with you when driving, but when it comes to running on foot, you are not my opponent. Although he was half a beat slower, Kevin still chased after him. Yang Ming ran, while thinking about how to get Kevin to lift his right foot. However, the most effective way was to use himself as bait and let Kevin kick him. Then, Lu Yezi would have a chance to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, while Yang Ming was running, he was thinking about how to get Kevin to kick him over. He circled a few times in the open space. If it weren't for Yang Ming's quick reflexes that caught Kevin off guard while running in a straight line, he would have been caught by him. Kevin also secretly scolded Yang Ming for being cunning. He was so angry that he really wanted to kick this kid to death, but he just couldn't catch up. This kid can actually suddenly change directions while running in a straight line. This doesn't conform to the principle of inertia at all. This kid's body coordination has reached such a level. Although Kevin was a robot, he couldn't violate the principles of physics like Yang Ming. He needed a buffer to stop in the middle of running. After a while, the distance between him and Yang Ming increased. Every time he was about to catch up with Yang Ming, he was deftly shaken off by Yang Ming. Kevin was so angry that he roared, "Kid, don't let me catch you, or I will kick you to death." Yang Ming was originally thinking about how to get Kevin to kick him. He was overjoyed when he heard Kevin's words. Yang Ming was also exhausted. If Kevin didn't speak, he might not be able to hold on. Chapter 1796. Yang Ming once again turned the direction of his running and rushed towards Xiao Yezi's Passat, causing Kevin, who was chasing after him, to stagger again. Kevin was really angry this time. He rushed over with a roar. "When I catch up with you, it will be your death. Come on, aren't you powerful? Aren't you going to kick me to death? Let's see how you're going to kick me," Yang Ming said jokingly. He turned his head and made a big face at Kevin. "Silly robot, do you think you're very powerful? You still can't outrun me." Yang Ming was happily mocking Kevin. As a result, he didn't look at the road in front of him. He accidentally bumped into the hood of Lu Yezi's Passat and fell directly on the hood of the car. This was also the reason why Yang Ming said, Ha ha. Kevin really wanted to laugh out loud. What does it mean that extreme joy begets sorrow? What does it mean that things will go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? Aren't you smug? Aren't you very capable? Aren't you awesome? Didn't you laugh at me for not being able to catch up with you? Didn't you want me to kick you to death? This time, the heavens are helping me. Who asked you to walk without your eyes? Who asked you to look back at me? Who asked you to make a face at me? Is it over? Isn't it a tragedy? Are you dumbfounded? Grandpa is here. Just wait to be kicked to death. In an instant, Kevin's body was full of energy and motivation. He rushed towards Yang Ming quickly. He wanted to give Yang Ming a flying kick, and in Yang Ming's young life. Yang Ming lay on the hood of the car and pretended to be hit hard. He grimaced, but he didn't notice Kevin, who was chasing behind him. Kevin leaped up and kicked at Yang Ming. Kevin could imagine Yang Ming being sent flying by his kick. His bones and tendons would all be broken, and he would die in mid-air. Thinking of this, Kevin felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in his heart. Yang Ming sneered. "Kevin, I didn't mean to lie to you. If I didn't lie to you, I would have been kicked to death by you. So, either I die or you die. You should die. I still have to go to Yunnan. I can't die now." Bang! A gunshot suddenly sounded. At the same time, Yang Ming suddenly rolled to the side from the hood of the car. Boom! Kevin's foot landed on the hood of the car, directly kicking a hole in the hood of the car. Yang Ming couldn't help but be speechless. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't this kick have pierced through him? Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead and crippled. Kevin's impact was still quite strong. However, after Kevin's legs sank into the hood of the car, he never lifted it again. Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. If this still couldn't deal with Kevin, then he could only take the opportunity to get into Lu Yezi's car and let him escape quickly. He would give up this mission for the time being. Lu Yezi was worthy of being the ace elite of the field team. When Yang Ming and Kevin were chasing, he prepared a heavy sniper and waited to aim at Kevin's right foot. The moment Yang Ming fell on the hood of the car, Lu Yezi had already guessed that Yang Ming was luring the enemy. Otherwise, how could the ace of the Secret Service team be so stupid? He was not caught by the enemy, but he hit the hood of the car and couldn't get up. If this were to spread, wouldn't he be laughed at to death? So this was obviously impossible. So, Lu Yezi waited for Kevin to kick over. As a result, Kevin really did kick over. Lu Yezi didn't let him go and shot him directly at the center of his right foot. Of course, Lu Yezi was also very nervous. Although Yang Ming asked him to aim at the center of Kevin's right foot, he didn't tell him the basis. So Lu Yezi wasn't sure if this shot would be effective. But now, it seemed that Kevin didn't move for a long time. It seemed that this shot was effective. Lu Yezi pushed open the door and got out of the car. Looking at the big hole in the hood of the car caused by Kevin's kick, he couldn't help but have some lingering fear. If this kick hit Yang Ming, wouldn't Yang Ming be done for immediately? "Bro, are you okay?" Lu Yezi glanced at the motionless Kevin and then asked Yang Ming. At this time, Yang Ming also got up from the ground, patted the soil on his body, and shook his head. "I'm fine. I didn't expect it to really work. This guy is really tragic. He was played by me just like that. He's brainless. Liu Yezi said, half human and half machine. If that's not brainless, then what is? Yang Ming listened to Liu Yezi's explanation and couldn't help but laugh. According to what you said, he is really brainless. Hee hee. By the way, bro, is this guy dead? Liu Yezi was a little afraid to touch Kevin. Is he dead? Yang Ming glanced at Kevin's feet. Liu Yezi's shot was really fierce. The armor-piercing bullet penetrated through the interface and directly smashed a part of Kevin's body and the wires. The most powerful thing was that the power cable at his feet was destroyed. It would be strange if this guy could still move. After hearing Yang Ming say that Kevin was dead, Liu Yezi dared to reach out and pull Kevin out. He threw him on the ground. It seems that he is really dead, but it's a pity. This is Las Vegas. It's not good to bring such a corpse back to China. Otherwise, it would be helpful to our research institute. Liu Yezi was a little regretful. He also knew that the technology on Kevin's body was much more valuable than the chip in his hand. Oh, then I'll think of a way. Yang Ming listened to Liu Yezi's words and thought, this is my last contribution to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau before I go to Yunnan. If I can't come back, the people in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau will remember my contribution and take care of my family. That's enough? You have a way? Liu Yezi was stunned. He suddenly remembered that Yang Ming's connections in Las Vegas were quite extensive. And almost. I'll ask if there are any smugglers and take him back directly. Yang Ming nodded and said, Bro, you are fierce. Liu Yezi couldn't help but sigh. Yang Ming is really awesome. He has more connections abroad than in China. Let's not talk about this first. Let's see if the chip is on him. When Yang Ming said this, he had already begun to use his X-ray vision to find the whereabouts of the chip. It's in the pocket on the inside of his vest. Just take it out. Oh, Liu Yezi undoubtedly obeyed Yang Ming's words. He reached out and untied Kevin's jacket, then put his hand into the pocket on the inside of Kevin's vest. Sure enough, he felt something inside. He took it out and saw that it was the missing chip that he was looking for. However, Liu Yezi was not surprised. Now, he was no longer surprised by Yang Ming's magic. He was completely convinced by Yang Ming. Chapter 1797. After Liu Yezi confirmed that the chip was intact, he let out a sigh of relief. He thought about how he had followed Li Jianqi for many days and finally arrived in Las Vegas. With the help of Yang Ming, he captured Li Jianqi. However, the thing in his hands had already been handed over. He deeply understood this kind of loss. He brought a few colleagues. According to the team's level classification, they were also advanced yellow rank experts. However, they could not even withstand a single blow from Kevin. They were directly beaten until their bones were fractured and they were sent to the hospital. This made Liu Yezi shocked and disappointed at the same time. He even wanted to give up and return to China. After all, in a situation where they could not compete at all, no matter how many people went up, they would just die. Although the thing in the chip was important, it was meaningless to make unnecessary sacrifices. He would rather not have the thing in the chip to preserve his own strength. After reporting the situation here to the higher-ups, Liu Yezi did not expect that the higher-ups would not let them evacuate. Instead, they said that they would send an expert over. What surprised Liu Yezi was that this expert was actually Yang Ming, who helped him capture Li Jianqi. This person turned out to be the ace of the Secret Service team, which was equivalent to his own position in the field team. However, the field team was one level lower than the Secret Service team. The Secret Service team had many more experts than the field team, and they were also much more powerful. This was because they carried out special missions, which were much more difficult than ordinary field team missions. What surprised Liu Yezi even more was that Yang Ming was actually the person he needed to cooperate with for the Yunnan trip. Previously, the higher-ups did not say in detail. They only asked him to go back to recuperate after this mission and go all out to deal with the Yunnan trip. His main task for this Yunnan trip was actually to cooperate with others. This made Liu Yezi very depressed. He was the ace of the field team. Every time he went out on a mission, he was the one leading the team. This time, he actually had to cooperate with others. Although Liu Yezi also knew that this mission was definitely very dangerous, and even if he had grievances, he had to absolutely obey the arrangements of the higher-ups. However, Liu Yezi felt a little unbalanced in his heart. He was the ace of the field team. How could he cooperate with others? However, this time, the higher-ups called and said that the person he was cooperating with was actually Yang Ming. Yang Ming would also cooperate with him in this mission to deal with Kevin. Kevin was still somewhat convinced by Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming had helped him catch Li Dianqi this time. He was still very grateful to Yang Ming. Liu Yezi felt much better when he heard that Yang Ming was also on the trip to Yunnan. At the very least, Yang Ming had caught the person that he had not caught, which meant that Yang Ming was better than him. Moreover, he was the trump card of the Secret Service team, so he was definitely better than him, the trump card of the field team. However, at this moment, Liu Yezi was already impressed by Yang Ming. Kevin, who was so difficult to deal with, was actually killed by Yang Ming. He died just like that. Originally, Liu Yezi thought that it would be a great blessing to be able to snatch the things in Kevin's hands. As for killing Kevin, that was something that he didn't even dare to think about. The enemy was too strong. He had no confidence at all. However, Yang Ming did just like that. It looked very simple and very funny. It was just that Kevin was too miserable. He was played by Yang Ming like a clown. He fell into Yang Ming's trap completely unprepared. As a result, he was lured over by Yang Ming and killed by Liu Yezi's sniper shot. Of course, although Liu Yezi was the one who shot Kevin to death, Liu Yezi did not feel that he was the one who killed Kevin. He just fired a shot. Any member of the field team could do that. Although not everyone was a sharpshooter, if they could still miss at such a close distance, they would not be able to join the field team. He just did it according to Yang Ming's request and completely carried out Yang Ming's orders. Therefore, this credit was not his at all. Liu Yezi was still aware of this. Bro, is this guy really finished? Liu Yezi kicked Kevin on the ground. Connect the power source. Maybe it can still be used? Yang Ming was not very clear about this kind of high-precision technological equipment. He had to take it back and let the people at the Research Institute study it. Liu Yezi was speechless. Listening to Yang Ming's words, he did not seem to regard Kevin as a person at all, but a broken machine. However, Kevin was indeed a robot. Move him into the car first. I will find someone to transport him back to China. As long as there is no problem with the domestic customs, I will be fine, said Yang Ming. Domestic customs? Liu Yezi was speechless. He did not expect Yang Ming to be worried about this. He did not know what to say. He was worried about how to get Kevin's body out of Las Vegas and out of the border. As for returning to China, he did not even consider it at all. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau's ship had more privileges than the military ship. They could enter the customs completely without inspection. Yang Ming was actually worried about this? He was a little puzzled. Does Yang Ming know what kind of department he is working in? Yeah, it's not easy to transport a body back into the border. Yang Ming did not think so much. According to his logic, he would let old Buffon find a smuggler to smuggle Kevin's body back. Liu Yezi said, Bro, I am speechless. For this kind of thing, with just a phone call, the higher-ups will send someone to pick us up. What does it have to do with the customs? Oh. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. I forgot the purpose of this body. It is our own department's research institute that wants to study it. I thought we were going to take it back privately. Liu Yezi did not know what to say. He carried Kevin's body into the car and said, Bro, what do we do now? Go back to the Douglas Vast Hotel. I will call someone to get Kevin back first. We will go back through the normal channels. Yang Ming said, That chip. If you have special channels, you can take it back yourself. If you're not worried, you can take it back together with Kevin's body. The people I find can be completely assured. Then let's take it back together. Liu Yezi hesitated for a moment and nodded. It was impossible to bring the chip on the plane. Who knew if there were people from the center at the security check? If they were discovered, although the other party would not rob them openly, their identities would be exposed. Therefore, it was safer to take it back with Yang Ming. Now, Liu Yezi had absolute trust in Yang Ming. He unconditionally chose to believe what Yang Ming said. Okay, then it's settled. You report the results to the higher-ups. Then, we will prepare to return to China. We have been here for too long. I'm a little homesick. Yang Ming nodded and instructed. Chapter 1798. Huang Yukai complained as he sat next to his boss, Falcon. He frowned. Boss, that Kevin, why did he leave after just a few minutes? We entertained him for 2 days, but he didn't even say anything. He just said that he had an urgent mission and left. Isn't this fooling us? It was no wonder that Huang Yukai was annoyed. He ran from Songjiang to Donghai Airport to personally pick him up and then served him with delicious food, drinks, and fun. Almost everything that Kevin wanted to do was arranged by Huang Yukai first. Without waiting for Kevin to speak, Huang Yukai served him like a master, hoping that this Kevin could teach Yang Ming a lesson. Of course, this was also after Kevin showed his kung fu that Huang Yukai was like this. Otherwise, Huang Yukai wouldn't be so attentive with just a few words from his boss, Falcon. At that time, Kevin smashed a big stone with a slap and kicked a hole in the reinforced concrete house with a kick. With this shocking strength, it was easy to cripple Yang Ming. What shocked Huang Yukai the most was that Kevin was invulnerable. At first, Kevin asked Huang Yukai to stab his body with a knife. Huang Yukai didn't dare, but when he saw Kevin stab himself with a smile with a dagger, the dagger was bent and broken, but Kevin was still fine. All of this was done under the premise that Kevin didn't wear any protective clothing. So Huang Yukai was also certain that the person in front of him was a master. Therefore, he tried everything to please Kevin, hoping to use Kevin's power to avenge Wang Jitao and his son. Kevin also agreed very well, saying that there would be no problem. As a result, within 2.5 days, he said that he had a special mission to perform, and then left. This made Huang Yukai very depressed. All the previous groveling was used on a dog. Yukai, don't worry. I have contacted Dr. Benjamin. The doctor said that Kevin did have a very important mission to perform, so he left temporarily. Falcon explained. Kevin is not the only master on the doctor's side. Wasn't the one who was sent last time also a master? In the end, there was no news halfway. This time he came, but he left after 2 days. Huang Yukai was very depressed. It's not that there's only one expert. However, the key issue is that Kevin is closer to us. His mission this time seems to be to receive someone from our side. Falcon said. So, let's wait for a while. The doctor has already said that once Kevin is done with his mission, he will immediately rush over. All right, that's the only way. Sigh. Huang Yukai sighed. Boss, I just feel a little aggrieved. Don't take it to heart. Impossible. Falcon waved his hand. Actually, I'm more anxious than you. But fortunately, the doctor has already guaranteed that there won't be any mistakes this time. Don't worry. Since the doctor has said so, Kevin will definitely rush over as soon as the mission is over. We don't have to worry. Since the boss said so, I am relieved. Huang Yukai breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, these two well-planned fools did not know that Kevin was already dead at this moment. Just like Jetson, whom they had been looking forward to, he was killed by Yang Ming. They were still counting on these two guys to deal with Yang Ming. If they knew that Yang Ming had killed the two of them first, they did not know if they would still be so confident and look forward to it. However, they naturally would not know the truth, so they could only happily hope that Kevin could come back and kill Yang Ming. This was a beautiful dream. With almost no effort, Kevin was loaded into the Buffon family's cargo container to be shipped to Asia. In old Buffon's words, the Buffon family did not need to smuggle at all. It was openly shipped, and it was exempt from inspection in Europe and the United States. It was unimpeded. No one would check the Buffon family's goods for no reason. But as for entering China after leaving the country, it was Yang Ming's problem to solve. Of course, Yang Ming now knew that this was not a problem at all. Liu Yezi reported the matter to the higher-ups. The higher-ups were very surprised. They were very happy that not only could they get the chip back, but they could also get a scientific research corps. Of course, Liu Yezi did not hide it. All the credit belonged to Yang Ming. and he was just an assistant. In fact, even if Liu Yezi wanted to hide it, the higher-ups were not fools. The things that Liu Yezi could not handle before were solved by Yang Ming. Then, whose credit did this belong to? The Supernatural Investigation Bureau had already sent people over to coordinate the entry of the ship. After the goods entered the customs, there was a special helicopter to pick them up and transport them directly to the Research Institute in the capital. After Yang Ming and Liu Yezi bade farewell to the Fat Man, they boarded the plane to return to their country. As for the spy on the Fat Man's side, with the Fat Man's many years of operation, he was quickly found out. However, this person was only a peripheral member of Central. He didn't know anything. The Fat Man couldn't do anything about it. He also knew that those who were sent as spies were prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. Naturally, it was impossible to let them know too much inside information. The Fat Man was very grateful that Yang Ming knew the leader of the street racer gang, Lang Gu Sr. In the future, his stronghold in Las Vegas would be safer with the protection of the street racer gang. He didn't have to be as careful as before. Yang Ming, don't worry. The Fat Man, will remember this kindness. I won't say anything about it in the future. The Fat Man understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming helped him so wholeheartedly to pave the way for the future. Oh, then I won't say much. I'm leaving. Yang Ming nodded. The current situation in Las Vegas is good. Keep it up. You will definitely be promoted back to China soon. Be careful. We'll meet again when we return to China. I don't want to invite no one to the banquet. The Fat Man laughed. People like them had already put life and death aside, so they didn't have so many taboos when they spoke. Little Yezi and I are not stupid. Yang Ming said, we won't die. You should save more money. Don't have no money to pay the bill when the time comes. Haha, don't worry. I still have this amount of money. The Fat Man smiled and sent Yang Ming and Liu Yezi to the airport, then said goodbye to them. Yang Ming didn't have any nostalgia for Las Vegas. Liu Yezi, on the other hand, felt that this place where he first met boss Yang Ming was somewhat memorable. After several stops, the plane landed at the capital airport. Yang Ming said goodbye to Liu Yezi and boarded the flight to Donghai. In the departure hall, the moment before he boarded the plane, Yang Ming saw someone who surprised him. Chapter 1799. Lan Ling, it's Lan Ling. Yang Ming widened his eyes and looked at Lan Ling with a man. Yang Ming was sure that the person he saw was Lan Ling, but Lan Ling was far away from him. She was boarding from another flight. However, with Yang Ming's vision, as long as he locked onto the person, he could naturally see clearly. Yang Ming had a very uncomfortable and complicated feeling in his heart. He couldn't describe it for a while. Not only was it because of the joy of seeing Lan Ling, but it was more of a kind of bitterness. Lan Ling and the man were very close. The two of them were talking and laughing. They were talking about something intimately. It seemed that they were very close. This made Yang Ming's chest suddenly feel stuffy. That was a very beautiful man. He was beyond the adjective of handsome. The so-called beautiful man was generally the kind of man who often appeared in Korean TV dramas. In layman's terms, it was a pretty boy. How could Lan Ling be with such a person? With Yang Ming's understanding of Lan Ling, she shouldn't like this kind of pretty boy. Could it be that her personality changed? However, it was hard to say. In almost a year, things remained the same, but people changed. Previously, Lan Ling still sent a few text messages to me, but then it became less and less. Could it be that Lan Ling really had a change of heart? This was a fact that Yang Ming found hard to accept, but the fact was in front of him. The two people were so close that Yang Ming had to believe what he saw. Although what he saw might not be true, Yang Ming's heart was really uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. He wanted to run over and ask, but Yang Ming hesitated and stopped. If he questioned Lan Ling now, it would show that he didn't trust Lan Ling and doubted her. Secondly, Yang Ming really didn't dare to ask. If what he saw was really what he imagined, then this was a fact that Yang Ming found hard to accept. Lan Ling, are you still my Lan Ling? Yang Ming felt a little weak. He didn't believe that Lan Ling would have a change of heart so quickly, but there were some things that he couldn't stop himself from thinking about. Things were often like this. It was fine if he didn't know, but when he knew that the possibility was not high, but he still thought about it over and over again. Even if there was a possibility of an accident, he would be very uneasy. Yang Ming shook his head hard. He wanted to get rid of the messy things in his mind, but he couldn't do it. Until he saw Lan Ling and the pretty boy go through the boarding gate. He regretted his indecisiveness and didn't run over and ask. Even the worst result was better than the current torment. Lan Ling seemed to have noticed that someone was watching her. The moment she passed the boarding gate, she raised her head and looked in the direction of Yang Ming. Suddenly, her face flashed with a trace of astonishment. She opened her mouth to say something, but was pulled by the pretty boy beside her and quickly entered the boarding gate. The pretty boy said something to Lan Ling, which roughly meant to let her pass quickly. The people behind were waiting. Yang Ming didn't look too closely. Now his mind was blank, and he didn't know what to do. Lan Ling seemed to have noticed him at the last moment. Her sixth sense was very strong and could be considered a special ability, so it wasn't strange that she could notice him under his gaze. It was just that Lan Ling didn't have the ability to see far. It was hard to say if she could recognize him at such a distance. Although Lan Ling had entered the passage at this moment, if Yang Ming chased after her with his military ID, he might be able to catch up without any hindrance. However, Yang Ming didn't do so because deep in his heart, there was still a trace of doubt and worry. He was afraid that his guess would become reality. Yang Ming sighed and forced these thoughts to the back of his mind. He entered the boarding gate and no longer looked at the situation on Lan Ling's side. Although he could see with his special ability, Yang Ming still wanted to see Lan Ling personally and ask her about this matter. Perhaps what I saw wasn't the truth. However, until it was time to board the plane, Yang Ming's mood was not very good. First-class passengers had priority to board the plane. After Yang Ming showed his boarding pass, he boarded the plane first. After boarding the plane, Yang Ming sat down in his seat. Because Batterton helped to book the entire flight tickets, he didn't consider that Liu Yezi would not return to Donghai with Yang Ming after getting off the plane in Beijing, so he still booked 2 first-class tickets. The seat next to Yang Ming was also booked online. Yang Ming closed his eyes. Because the first-class passengers had priority to board the plane, there was still some time before the economy-class passengers boarded the plane. Yang Ming simply didn't want to think about the previous matter. He let himself be in a state of dozing off to adjust his emotions. I can't go home with such a sad face, right? Not long after, he suddenly felt that a person sat down in the seat next to him. Yang Ming frowned. The seat next to him had been booked online. There shouldn't be anyone. How could someone sit down? He smelled a fragrance. It should be a girl. However, Yang Ming was not in a good mood now, so he didn't open his eyes to look. He was even too lazy to use his special ability to observe. Bah! Suddenly, he felt that he was kissed on the face. Yang Ming was stunned. It can't be, right? Who is so daring? Did I meet a love-struck female passenger? He opened his eyes in astonishment, but he saw a familiar, smiling face. It turned out to be Huang Lele. Lele. Yang Ming didn't expect to see Huang Lele on this flight. His previous gloomy mood was much better at this moment, and his depression was swept away. After all, he wouldn't be lonely with Huang Lele accompanying him on this trip. Yang Ming, you are really on this flight. Huang Lele had an excited expression. What do you mean? You knew in advance? Yang Ming was a little surprised by Huang Lele's words. My elder brother has already talked to the airline company. The company's leaders are very good to me. They will also help me pay attention to whether there is your name on the flight to Donghai. If there is, they will transfer me, said Huang Lele. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded. With the identity of Huang Lele's elder brother, he was probably on equal footing with the airline's boss. The Huang family was not what it used to be. Not only was their business in North Africa very big, but their domestic investment companies were also thriving. I'm so happy to see you. Huang Lele looked very excited. Her face was flushed. Because she wore the flight attendant uniform, it made Yang Ming feel another kind of beauty. Me too. Yang Ming nodded. He rarely saw Huang Lele. He didn't expect to see Huang Lele before he went to Yunnan. This made Yang Ming very happy. Are you in Donghai tonight? In. I can take a vacation at any time. Huang Lele nodded shyly. It could be seen that Huang Lele's position in the company was very high. Chapter 1800. Your company is quite lenient with you. Yang Ming smiled. My brother has business dealings with them, Huang Lele said. Huang Lele said, right, the casinos in Las Vegas and Macau, as well as the entertainment cities in Singapore, are all under my name. This is my elder brother's idea. Although the family is running it, all the profits belong to me. Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that the Huang family's people were still quite observant. They did not become muddle-headed because of the current business. They also knew who exchanged for the Huang family's development today. My father also decided to put 30% of the Huang family's business under my name. Huang Lele said, my brother currently only has 10%. Oh. Yang Ming did not expect old man Huang to be so bold. He directly gave 30% of the shares under his name to Huang Lele. What does your brother think? He naturally agrees. Huang Lele nodded. My brother said that as long as I'm happy, it will be fine. He. Yang Ming smiled. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. And Huang Lele was still hesitating, but since Yang Ming said so, she naturally agreed. People began to board the plane one after another. A few people came up to the first-class cabin, but it was not full. In many cases, there were empty seats in the first-class cabin. Seeing a flight attendant chatting with a passenger, most of the first-class passengers were not surprised. This kind of thing was not very rare. It was also very common for some young masters to flirt with flight attendants on the plane. Everyone was used to it. Zhang Baogong was the male flight attendant of this flight. His family had some background. He also came to the airline company through connections. He was usually more undisciplined. It was common for him to flirt with flight attendants and slack off at work. However, the captain knew that he had connections in the head office, so he turned a blind eye to his behavior. Although Zhang Baogong flirted with flight attendants, some flight attendants were more snobbish. They valued Zhang Baogong's family background. For vanity, they would go and flirt with him. For those who were not easy to get, Zhang Baogong often gave up after chasing them. Anyway, was it just for fun? It's fine if you can't play it. There's no need to be so serious. However, after he saw Huang Lele, everything changed. He immediately took Huang Lele as a celestial being and began to pursue her fiercely. However, Huang Lele seemed to ignore him and ignored his pursuit. Initially, Zhang Baogong wondered if he should use force, but he heard that Huang Lele's family background was very strong. He also heard that her brother had a good relationship with the boss. Although his family had a strong background, it was not good to use force when facing a woman with the same background. That would only make things worse and even escalate the hatred between the two families. Therefore, Zhang Baogong still decided to use the method of coaxing and pestering to win Huang Lele's heart. He didn't believe that they would develop feelings after being on the same plane every day. Today, Zhang Baogong and Huang Lele were on the same plane again. In fact, Zhang Baogong had already bribed the people in the company to arrange for him to be on the same plane as Huang Lele. Wherever Huang Lele flew, he would follow. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. It was just a coincidence. During this time, he also secretly inquired about the Huang family's actual situation. After he inquired, Zhang Baogong was very surprised. The famous rich people in Singapore had industries in many countries around the world, especially the mines in North Africa, which were even more profitable. If such a rich young lady was pursued by him, it would be a treasure bowl. Not only would he benefit, but his family would also benefit. Thinking of this, Zhang Baogong was very excited. He pursued Huang Lele even harder. Zhang Baogong walked in the direction of the first class, as usual. Huang Lele had very few things to do on the plane. There was almost nothing arranged. This was very similar to Zhang Baogong, the young master. However, this also gave Zhang Baogong a lot of opportunities to strike up a conversation because Huang Lele was not busy. Lele, Zhang Baogong entered the first class. Just as he called Huang Lele's name, he saw that Huang Lele was sitting next to a passenger in the first class. The two were chatting enthusiastically. Suddenly, his face collapsed and became very ugly. It was not unusual for the guests in the first class to chat with the flight attendants. Some rich young masters often did this kind of thing. Zhang Baogong was also not surprised. However, the person he was chatting with today was Huang Lele. Zhang Baogong was angry. He walked over with a sullen face. Lele, why are you chatting during work? What should we do if the captain sees it? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Baogong with some surprise. He didn't know what Zhang Baogong was doing, but one thing was certain. This guy was definitely not reminding him kindly. Looking at his unhappy face, he must have ulterior motives. Huang Lele frowned slightly, but she ignored Zhang Baogong and continued to sit next to Yang Ming. Lele, didn't you hear it? Zhang Baogong frowned. He felt a little sour in his heart. Damn, I'm also a young master. Huang Lele doesn't give me a good face. At this moment, she is actually chatting enthusiastically with a passenger. What does this mean? This passenger, I'm sorry. Our company has a rule that flight attendants can't chat with passengers. Zhang Baogong thought that if he greeted this passenger, he wouldn't say anything. After all, he was the one who wanted to flirt with the flight attendant. It wouldn't look good on anyone if this matter was exposed. Who made the rule? You made the rule? Yang Ming was amused. Now, Yang Ming could see the meaning of this Zhang Baogong. It seemed that he was interested in Yang Ming. He was a little unhappy when he saw Yang Ming sitting with Huang Lele and chatting with her. Sir, this is the rule of our airline. You don't want her to have her bonus deducted because she is chatting with you, right? Although Zhang Baogong was badass, he did not dare to offend the passengers in the first class. If they complained, he would suffer even if he had connections. Bonus? I will compensate her for the amount deducted. You don't have to worry about it. Yang Ming waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Baogong could leave. Zhang Baogong was stunned. He did not expect Yang Ming to be so tough. Ordinary passengers would be fine with a few words, but this person actually said so. He was a little annoyed. You're on the plane. You don't abide by the rules and regulations of the plane. We have the right to ask you to get off the plane. Oh, wait until you have the right to say it. Yang Ming did not put Zhang Baogong in his eyes at all. This guy jumped around like a clown. You. Zhang Baogong choked. Indeed, he had no right to ask Yang Ming to get off the plane. If the captain did not agree to ask the passengers in the first class to get off the plane, who would dare to do so? Chapter 1801. Well, since you insist, then don't blame me for not reminding you. In a while, the flight police will ask you to get off the plane. I won't be responsible for delaying your journey. Zhang Baogong left a lukewarm reminder, then turned and walked away angrily. He was thinking about how to teach this guy a lesson. I really don't know what's wrong with Huang Lele. She actually chatted with a first-class passenger. Is there something special about this passenger? Of course, it was impossible to ask Yang Ming to get off the plane without a good reason under normal circumstances. It was basically impossible to ask the captain to ask Yang Ming to get off the plane. It seemed that he could only think of a way himself. It would be best to make Yang Ming do something extreme and then make a fuss. He would have a reason to ask the flight police to ask him to get off the plane. Thinking of this, Zhang Baogong made up his mind. When he delivered drinks and hot tea to the passengers, he was going to pretend to accidentally spill it all over Yang Ming. If Yang Ming was angry and wanted to hit him, then it would be just what he wanted. At that time, he would charge him with endangering the safety of other passengers on the plane and ask him to get off the plane. Although this reason was not very good, after all, it was a fact. Even the flight police would have to give him face, and the airline would not pursue his responsibility. If Yang Ming was a coward and did not dare to get angry, and only asked him to apologize to him, then it did not matter. He He would apologize to him. At most, he would compensate him for the cost of his clothes. It was not a big deal. For a rich young master like Zhang Baogong, it was a very easy thing. He had plenty of money, so he did not care. Let Yang Ming get wet and hot for a while. Then, he would run to the bathroom and torture him. Of course, Yang Ming chose the coward approach, but Zhang Baogong was not ready to give up. He would pretend to accidentally spill the hot tea on Yang Ming again and again. When the hot tea was gone, there were still noodles and boxed meals. Even if he was a clay bodhisattva, he still had some temper. Let's see if he would get angry. Thinking of this, Zhang Baogong's face showed an evil smile. You want to fight with me? You're still too young. Before I, Zhang Baogong, started working, I was the local bully, the little bully in the school, and the boss of the school. You want to steal my woman? See if I don't play you to death. So, Zhang Baogong pretended as if nothing had happened and walked to the economy class. This Zhang Baogong, is he pursuing you? When Zhang Baogong left, Yang Ming, Huang Lele. Well, he is far worse than you. Huang Lele always liked to tell the truth. What if he is better than me? Huang Lele, Huang Lele, Huang Lele, Huang. Impossible. Huang Lele shook her head. In my opinion, no one is better than you. Yang Ming liked to chat with Huang Lele because she could always give him some joy inadvertently. Just like her name, she was a little happy fruit. Yang Ming swept away his previous depression. Since you don't like him, tell your brother to transfer him away from you. There seems to be some connections in his family, right? Huang Lele thought about it. I remember he bragged in front of me before, but I don't remember. It seems that his family is also very powerful, and he has relatives in the airline company. Oh, it turns out that he's also a young master with a background. No wonder he is so rude. Yang Ming nodded. There are two solutions. One is that I find someone to transfer him away. The second is that you resign. There is nothing to do in this job. There is no need. He also knows my family background. He won't dare to go overboard. Huang Lele shook her head. I will ignore him, but I still like my current job. It is very relaxing. Everyone is good to me. In fact, the main thing is that there is something to do, and it can also pass the time. Otherwise, when I have nothing to do, I will miss you all day. You can't be with me every day. Yang Ming sighed. Huang Lele's thoughts made Yang Ming feel very tangled. However, Huang Lele is not wrong. I can't accompany her every day. Even if she moves in with Chen Mingyin and the others, I still have things to do every day. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't have the idea of retiring and living in seclusion. In fact, Yang Ming had begun to prepare for his future life, starting from X Island in North Africa. It was just that things here were not settled. Even if Yang Ming went to X Island, he would not be at peace. He didn't know who he had offended. Now, not only was the behind-the-scenes boss and Elder Yu's matter not resolved, but Central had also inexplicably appeared. Although the first time he offended him was because of the Butterfly family, it was done very secretly. Almost no one knew that he was the one who killed Jetson. Only the Butterfly family and the Douglas family knew, but they didn't dare to say it casually. But this time, it was impossible for news of him killing Kevin to not leak out at all. I don't know if the people from Central will target me. This life is simply too stressful. There are enemies every day, and there are problems everywhere. The flight attendants began to distribute drinks and hot tea. In the first-class cabin, the flight attendant in charge of the distribution was actually Zhang Baogong. At this time, Zhang Baogong had a smile on his face. He had changed from his previous depressed and bummed face. He pushed a cart full of drinks and began to serve the first-class guests. Sir, would you like something to drink? There is cola, Sprite, orange juice, mineral water, hot coffee, hot tea. Zhang Baogong asked a passenger not far from Yang Ming. The passenger asked for a bottle of mineral water, and then the passengers behind him ordered some of the things they needed one after another. The cart arrived behind Yang Ming. Madam, what do you want? Zhang Baogong asked a first-class passenger behind Yang Ming. Coffee, said the female passenger behind Yang Ming. Okay, please wait a moment. Zhang Baogong responded with a smile, but he was overjoyed in his heart. God is really helping me. Wah! He was thinking about how to pour the hot coffee on Yang Ming. As a result, the passenger behind him cooperated and ordered a cup of hot coffee. Zhang Baogong poured a cup of hot coffee and pretended to hand it to the female passenger. However, when the cup was delivered to the female passenger's hand, he suddenly pushed it forward. It was as if the plane shook, and he couldn't stand still. The cup was going to hit Yang Ming's head. At this time, Yang Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He touched his hair and swung his hand. The cup in Zhang Baogong's hand flew out and hit Zhang Baogong's face directly. Chapter 1802. Ouch! Zhang Baogong screamed. A cup of hot coffee was poured on Zhang Baogong's face. He jumped up from the ground and screamed, "It's hot, it's hot. Fuck your mother. Are you trying to murder me?" Zhang Baogong was born as a young master. When had he ever suffered such grievances? His face was splashed with hot coffee. His face was so hot that it was about to fall off. Zhang Baogong covered his face and shouted loudly. He danced and stared at Yang Ming with a ferocious face. "You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. I will fucking kill you." Zhang Baogong didn't care anymore. He didn't care if he was scolded by the company's leaders afterward. He picked up the hot coffee pot and poured it on Yang Ming. Yang Ming's face flashed a trace of sarcasm. His hand shook slightly, and a flying needle entered Zhang Baogong's wrist. Zhang Baogong didn't realize what was going on. He wanted to pour the pot of hot tea on Yang Ming's head, but he didn't expect that his hands wouldn't listen to him. Before Zhang Baogong could pick up the coffee pot, his hands were already weak. As a result, the coffee pot rolled down and spilled all over Zhang Baogong's body. From his crotch to his feet, he was completely drenched by the hot coffee. Zhang Baogong screamed again. He jumped on the ground while covering his crotch. Fuck, I don't want to live anymore. I can't live anymore. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. The first-class cabin was originally very quiet. After Zhang Baogong made such a scene, the sleeping passengers woke up one after another. They looked up and saw Zhang Baogong jumping on the ground like a clown. They suddenly showed a look of disdain. They all talked about how the quality of his flight attendant was so low. He actually covered his crotch and did such a vulgar action on the plane. "Mom, what is that uncle doing? Why is he touching his little brother?" A child asked his mother strangely. "Oh, baby, he is learning to dance for Michael." The mother looked at Zhang Baogong with disdain and explained to her son. Of course, in the first-class cabin, there were some bolder girls who chuckled at this moment. Zhang Baogong's action was too wretched, as if he was doing some kind of lewd thing. "Police, come quickly. Someone attacked me." Zhang Baogong shouted loudly. He must teach Yang Ming a lesson. At this time, the flight police had already heard the commotion and rushed over. They also heard the commotion in the first-class cabin. When they saw Zhang Baogong shouting, they asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" "Arrest him for me." Zhang Baogong pointed, and said pointed, "This kid threatened to endanger the safety of other people on the plane in a dangerous way. He drenched me with coffee. Look, he burned me to death." After Zhang Baogong finished speaking, he pointed to his face. "Sir, please come with us." Although they didn't know what was going on, when these police officers saw how confident Zhang Baogong was, they naturally had to take Yang Ming away for investigation first. "Little Wang, this is my friend." Huang Lele spoke at this time and said to the police, "Zhang Baogong put the coffee on himself and falsely accused my friend." The police officer, Little Wang, did not expect that the person Zhang Baogong was talking about was actually Huang Lele's friend. At this time, he noticed that the person sitting next to the person was actually Huang Lele. He didn't notice it before, but this time, things were a bit difficult. Little Wang also knew that Zhang Baogong was pursuing Huang Lele. At this time, seeing Huang Lele sitting with another man, it was difficult to guarantee that Zhang Baogong didn't want to take the opportunity to retaliate against the man and deliberately said this. Little Wong really didn't want to participate in this kind of thing, but since he was here, he couldn't just ignore it. This was a security problem on the plane. If he didn't care, it would be difficult to explain to the captain. Lele, I'm also investigating. It will be fine once I figure it out. Little Wong assured Huang Lele. No need. There are so many people in this first-class cabin. You can ask them. Did Yangming touch Zhang Baogong just now? How did he get the hot coffee? Said Huang Lele. Little Wong listened. Yes, there's so many witnesses. Can I just ask? This way, he would believe the words of a third-party witness. No matter what the result was, he wouldn't offend Zhang Baogong and Huang Lele. It would be easier to explain to the captain. Thinking of this, Little Wong quickly asked a woman not far away, Madam, did you see what happened just now? This woman was the mother of the child, just now. She hated Zhang Baogong for leading her child astray. How could she be angry? I saw it, said the woman. The flight attendant just poured coffee for the woman behind the gentleman. As a result, the plane shook, and he accidentally spilled coffee on his face. Then, he blamed it on the gentleman in front of him. He became angry. Not only did he scold, but he also covered his crotch and did some obscene actions in public on the plane. Little Wong broke into a sweat. It can't be, right? Zhang Baogong is acting like a hooligan in public? He glanced at Zhang Baogong and saw that his face was red. He pointed at the woman and shouted, You are talking nonsense. I obviously wanted to pour coffee on him, but he suddenly raised his hand and blocked the coffee cup. Then, he slammed it on my face. How can you say that I was careless? Oh, the passengers in the plane were slightly stunned after listening to Zhang Baogong's words. Then, they all laughed. Haha, did you hear it? Yang Ming looked at Little Wong. This guy admitted it himself. He wanted to pour coffee on me. In the end, he reaped what he sowed. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Little Wong heard the testimony of the passengers. Now that Zhang Baogong admitted it himself, there was no need to investigate further. This Zhang Baogong really knows how to harm others. If I invited Yang Ming over for no reason, and I didn't know the truth, I would be responsible for sending Yang Ming off the plane at the airport. No, I was wrong. I didn't pour coffee on him. The plane shook, and I accidentally lost my balance. I didn't mean to pour coffee on him. Zhang Baogong knew that he said something wrong, so he quickly explained. Ha! The passengers on the plane laughed again. You still lost your balance? Zhang Baogong's face was red. Yes, if I explain it like this, isn't it the same as the previous woman's testimony? I just said that she was spouting nonsense. Sir, I'm sorry. We will deal with this matter seriously. Little Wong ignored Zhang Baogong and carefully apologized to Yang Ming. Oh, you will deal with it? Yang Ming smiled faintly. I'm afraid that won't work. This matter isn't over yet. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.